Welcome back, folks. I don't talk about it enough, but one of my favorite things about the Ace Attorney games is the music. It's so good. It's so freaking good. Anyway, we are picking up where we left off last time, which is the start of the trial of Transylvanian Edgeworth. Also, after thinking about it, I really do think we're going to wind up doing the escapades after the 4th case and before the 5th. Just because I think it would be more fun to round off the game by doing the last episode. Unless there turns out to be a reason that I shouldn't, like if there's spoilers or something. Anyway, let's fire it up. We're going straight into the trial. 2nd November, 8:56 a.m., the Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. One of these days I'm going to realize that when I'm trying to look at you, I need to look at the camera, not at the screen where I can see my webcam. Okay, good. No dropped frames so far. There's that old familiar feeling again. Crushing pressure of this historic courthouse. Oh, don't sugarcoat it, Ryu. You felt this in the first courthouse as well. Actually, no. It's a little different today. There's an even more menacing tension in the air. There is a menacing tension in the air here today, isn't there? I suppose. Yes, I think so. It can only be the result of the menacing appearance of the defendant. A little more courtesy, if you please. Oh my, I do apologize. We forgot that you have functional ears. However, you're certainly not mistaken that this trial is far from ordinary. What do you mean? I'm not privy to the details. However, I understand that no jury has been selected. A trial without a jury? Well, that's just like the trial of the professor 10 years ago. A closed court. I already regret this decision, but I never let him wear this outfit, and I feel like he wants to, so... Good morning, my dear fellows. Mr. Scholz. Have you made note of my hair, Mr. Naruhodo? An outright victory for science, you must agree. It's back to normal, yes. To be perfectly honest, so much happened yesterday that, well, I completely forgot about your little hair problem. Ah, what to one man is a little hair problem, is to another a day of drinking dubious potion after dubious potion. I have no idea how my stomach ails me this morning. Okay, as long as we can recognize that when you die of poisoning, it will be ruled a suicide, and we leave it at that. Oh dear, how awful for you. I'm afraid you only have yourself to blame, Mr. Scholz. And good morning to you, Mr. Reaper. I'm so delighted to see you looking so full of vim. And you, I see London's celebrated great detective is as active as ever. Oh, you exaggerate, my dear fellow. Compared to my paltry engagements with a few trivial cases, the Reaper's overbearing presence is a far greater deterrent to the black boots of crime in our capital. And whilst I may not agree with your methods, there is at least one point on which I would readily commend you. What an honor, and that would be your eye for a good lawyer, sir. Mr. Scholz. After all, behind this lawyer there is a very great mind, my own. What are you trying to say? I wish only to say that you should be prepared for quite a trial, Mr. Reaper. I think he is. He knows how trials with me in the defense look, and yeah, I think he's been emotionally preparing himself for that. Sorry to barge in. Gina. What's that on her arm? It's a mourning band, I suppose. Father, shouldn't you be at the symposium? It's been postponed, so I have some free time. I decided to come along with the police inspector to see our country's up-and-coming student in action. Are you talking about me or Kazuma? Because I'm really not sure. I shall be very interested to see the fruits of your studies over the past year. It's an honor to have you here. Let's hope there are some fruits to see. Oda. Oh, yes, Gina? Why'd you agree to this, eh? Why'd you take him on? This Reaper bloke, everyone says it was him what killed the boss. I'm sorry, Gina, but I just don't believe that. Well, if it weren't him, who was it? That's what we'll have to see through the trial. I don't know that yet. I don't care who calls him what, the Reaper's just a name, he's just a person at the end of the day. And if it turns out it was him what killed the boss, then God help him. Fiery ice indeed. Yes, the culprit deserves every ounce of your loathing. Eh? At least that may be some solace to the deceased. Please, Oda. Get whoever did this for the boss. Gina. Oh, I hate feeling this useless, but there's nothing I can do. So you've got to find who done this and make the wretch pay. Counsel for the defense and the defendant. Court will be in session shortly. Make your way into the courtroom at once, please. Alright then, here we go. It's time, Mr. Naruhodo. Lord Van Zieks. Let's do this. I need to clean off that lens. One who lost his treasured brother to a mass murderer. One who lost his treasured father in a foreign court of law. One who lost the man who helped her escape destitution. All that misfortune, all that pain, on course to collide headlong in this trial. It's time to shine a light on all these dark events. And whatever truth is revealed, we're going to have to look it straight in the eye. This is Ryu talking, right? I feel like it's still Ryu talking. Also, why did it show Sholmes there at the end? Like, we're not going to conclude this trial by saying Sholmes killed Gregson, are we? I can't actually remember his first name. He always just goes by Gregson. Or Inspector Gregson. Tobias, that's it. I knew it was somewhere in my head. Kazuma Asogi, My best friend, who I had believed dead. He lost his memory somehow, but has now materialized as a prosecutor in the British courts. Tobias Gregson, a murdered Scotland Yard inspector. He was stern and single-minded in his approach, and a great lover of fish and chips. Barry Caden, the governor of Barclay Prison. It seems he was good friends with Professor Mikotoba during the Japanese man's time in Britain as a visiting student. Sorry, I'm just going through the relevant parties. Just a quick recap. Daily Vigil, a man who's disappeared without a word to his family. He was the former chief warder of Barclay Prison 10 years ago. Evie Vigil, a client who has engaged the services of Mr. Sholmes. She has asked the great detective to help track down her missing husband. Gina Lestrade, a mostly reformed pickpocket who's now a self-appointed detective inspector. She's really making waves in her new apprenticeship. Baroque Van Zeeks, a prosecutor known as the Reaper of the Bailey. Supposedly, the souls of those he prosecutes are eternally damned one way or another. It doesn't even mention that he's the defendant here. Male Strongheart, Seshiro Jigoku, Eugene Mikotoba, Iris Wilson, Herlock Sholmes, and my own legal assistant, Susato Mikotoba.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are here to conduct the fair and just trial of the defendant, Baroque Van Zeeks. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready to begin?
The defense is ready, my lord. It's the first time he's spoken first. Prosecution is more than ready. Kazuma-sama. I've been wishing to see you in court again for so long, it feels. But I never pictured it happening like this. I never thought I'd be facing you behind the prosecution's bench.
The so-called Reaper of the Bailey has been a scourge like no other, undermining Her Majesty's justice system. Today we must uncover the truth behind this scourge.
In other words, this trial is going to be a lot more far-reaching than Inspector Gregson's murder.
Truths revealed by these proceedings may have unpredictable repercussions throughout the judiciary. Accordingly, they are being conducted as a closed trial with no members of the public present, but by Her Majesty's direct orders.
How will that work, my lord?
The burden of all arbitration and adjudication falls on my shoulders. Therefore, as you will see, the juror's bench shall remain vacant today.
If no members of the public are present, might I ask who is currently occupying the gallery, my lord?
They are members of the judiciary, here to witness the proceedings and ensure an equitable trial.
Members of the judiciary. Oh my. This is a very unusual trial already.
There is, of course, another unprecedented aspect to these proceedings on which I must elaborate. Counsels for the prosecution and the defense are both aliens of Great Britain.
I believe it takes an outsider to see the truth sometimes. And as I stand here in this courtroom now, I'm quite certain. This is the reason why I had to come to Britain. Kazuma?
Very well, let us commence proceedings. Prosecutor Osogi, your opening statement, if you please.
Certainly, my lord. The incident took place on 1st November, at just after 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The location was a building of flats on Fresno Street on the outskirts of the city. The victim's body was discovered there in an old single-room rental property.
Yes, Inspector Tobias Gregson, name known very well indeed in this court. Not least for his miraculous resolution of one of this country's grimmest cases 10 years ago.
Professor case. How sure are you about the time of the incident? Several witnesses on the street outside heard the gunshot, and all have reported the same time. Yes, that's what Gina told us too. There were a number of witnesses. I have here a plan of the room. The victim was found curled up in one corner. It is believed that he was shot from the front at point-blank range and died instantly.
How has the range been determined?
There were scorch marks around the entry wound. Such marks are caused by gunpowder used to fire the bullet. But powder hot enough to leave scorch marks is only ejected a few inches beyond the end of the barrel. In other words, it only happens when the target is at point-blank range.
I see, yes. Thank you for the detailed explanation, Counsel.
The autopsy report has been entered in the court record. So already there is an important thing to note, which is that if that's the case, he would have had to be shot more or less from below. Because of the candle, which was fairly high on the wall. In order for him to be shot somewhere in the torso and to hit something that was above shoulder height, it would have either had to be a shot from the hip or a shot from someone much shorter than him. Both of which are real possibilities. Coroner Mariah Gorey. Victim Tobias Gregson, age 45, nationality British, time of death. Wait, why is the time of death not actually listed here? Is that a glitch in the game, or is that something that's going to come up in the trial? I feel like it's going to come up. Cause of death. The victim was shot in the chest at close range from the front, resulting in instant death. Scorch marks at point of entry. Bullet exited the body from behind. Additional observations. The caliber of the gun used matches that of standard issue firearms for members of the judiciary. The murder weapon was found lying beside the victim.
And have you managed to ascertain the owner of this firearm?
No, my lord, not conclusively. Bravo, Kazuma-sama. You're not trying to use the gun as evidence when its provenance can't be proven. Furthermore, my lord, as I've explained, the revolver was fired at extremely close range. The bullet passed through the victim and struck the wall behind him. There's a candelabra mounted on that wall, and the tip of one of the candles in it was found to have been blown off by the projectile. We noticed that too, didn't we? Guess that's right.
Thank you for the thorough report, Counsel. The setting of the crime is clear to me. You will submit the plan of the crime scene as evidence, please.
As you wish, my lord. Crime scene floor plan has been entered into the court record. Plan of the small room in the building of flats on Fresno Street, where the body of the victim, Inspector Gregson, was found.
this Fresno Street room Inspector Gregson's private abode?
No, my lord, the room is rented to a Mr. Hugh Boone. But there is precious little furniture inside, and it is generally in a poor state of repair. So what on earth was Gregson even doing there? Welcome to the stream, B. Welcome to the stream, Rafkin. Presumably he was investigating some case or other. When the policeman was informed of the gunshot from the witnesses and rushed to the scene, found only the deceased inspector and the accused standing alongside, holding the revolver. The attending officer arrested the accused on the spot.
So, the details of the case are clear.
In that case, the prosecution would like to call its first witness.
A name, please, counsel.
Naturally, the accused himself. Lord Van Zeeks? As a prosecutor, he believes in the oath of office he's taken and will be compelled to tell the truth.
Very well. Let the defendant take the witness stand.
Even in the witness stand, he gets his theme. So, witness, state your name and occupation for the court. Baruch Van Zeeks, Old Bailey prosecutor.
I presume, Lord Van Zeeks, that you heard Prosecutor Asogi's opening praises. I did. It is alleged that you were found at the scene of the crime, and that you were arrested by the arriving police officer. Can you confirm this?
Yes, my lord. I'm sure the court would like to hear you explain some things away. Namely, why you were in the room on Fresno Street at the time in question, and what exactly took place. I intend to explain away nothing. I will simply tell the truth. Why do I get the feeling that there won't be any errors in his testimony?
I must say, Lord Van Zeeks, I never imagined this day would come. Or rather, I didn't want to imagine it would come, but since you became known as the Reaper, part of me has been dreading it. Your formal testimony, then, witness.
Facts of the incident. I was investigating Gregson, and my inquiries had led me to that address. When I first entered the room that day, it was dark inside, and I saw no one. A moment later, I heard the gunshot. I spun around and saw the revolver on the floor. Just as I picked up the firearm to examine it, the door flew open and I heard a man scream. It was only then that the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me. That is a weird freaking story. That testimony was the whole truth? The thing is, usually we have a pretty good idea of events around the incident beforehand, but... yeah. So we'll obviously want to know why he was investigating Gregson. He saw no one, and it was dark inside. But the gunshot, spun around, saw the revolver. He picked up the firearm to examine it. The door flew open and he heard a man scream. And then he saw the body. I am assuming that the body didn't actually appear, but that he just saw it then. But of course, it might have just appeared, the way things are going. That testimony was the whole truth? It was. So, you heard a shot being fired in a room with no living occupants, and moments later a corpse somehow appeared before your eyes. Is that it? You're right, you haven't explained away anything. In fact, that would barely qualify as an excuse. I thought you were my mute apprentice. Yet it turns out you have a way with words, Prosecutor Asogi.
It would appear to be a singular tale indeed.
Singular isn't the word, it's laughable. What's got into Kazuma? He's not behaving like himself at all. I really do wonder if he's just here for revenge on the Reaper. Yeah, this is probably a good time to say your dot, Susato. Say some for me as well. We're gonna need it.
Very well then. Counsel, you may begin your cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. Facts of the incident. I was investigating Gregson, and my inquiries had led me to that address.
Hold it!
Why were you investigating Gregson? Investigating the Expector? What on earth for? I'm not at liberty to say. Sorry? I'd identified the distinct possibility that Gregson was involved in the case I was investigating. Regrettably, though, he was killed before I could secure the proof I needed.
Is the court to understand, then, that on the day in question you followed the victim to the sea?
No, I was privy to his movements in advance. I stole into his office in the yard and consulted his diary. The address on Fresno Street was noted in the 5 p.m. entry. I'm guessing he means his, logbook or personal calendar, because I don't feel like most diaries have an hour-by-hour breakdown. You illegally entered the man's office? In Japan, that alone would constitute a very serious offense.
As it does in Great Britain, I assure you. Is that not the case, Lord Van Zieks?
I was aware of the possible consequences. So, in summary, you were investigating the victim, and yet you refused to tell the court why. I didn't realize British prosecutors enjoyed such freedom to choose what to divulge under oath. Why did I ever think I could defend this man? When I first entered the room that day, it was dark inside, and I saw no one. I'm gonna drop a save before I get to anything significant.
Hold it!
Have you ever been to the address before? No, never. I only learned of the place as a result of my investigations into Gregson's activities. There was no light inside when I entered, so it was all but impossible to make out anything. But at 5 p.m., the sun would have only just gone down. It would still have been reasonably light outside. The room has a window, but it was boarded shut. Very little light found its way into the room from outside, so it was extremely murky inside. I wouldn't have noticed if the victim was already lying on the floor. There's no artificial light in the room, you say? You're quite sure? I'm quite sure that the part of the room where the body was found was very dark. Okay, so this is going to be important because the candles clearly show that these candles were burning after this was shot. If they hadn't been, then they wouldn't have burned down to this point. So what the prosecution's going to imply is that the light had to be on. What we are going to claim is that the candles already had to be finished burning beforehand. Which would put a rather large gap between when Inspector Gregson was shot and when Van Zieks entered the room. I have a feeling there was a small oil lamp burning on the desk, so I couldn't say for certain. Look, Mr. Naruhodo. There is a small desk in the room just here. Yes, I remember, and there was an oil lamp on it, as well as the framed photograph. When I entered the room, I closed the door behind me and started towards the desk to investigate. And what did you find? Nothing. I never actually reached the desk. A moment later, I heard the gunshot. I spun around and saw the revolver on the floor.
Hold it!
So, who fired the gun? I have no idea. I didn't see anybody else in the room. You say it was very dark in there? Yes, that's right. All I can tell you is I didn't sense another's presence. Then could it be that the gunshot actually originated from somewhere outside the room? No, that's out of the question. Oh? Without doubt, the sound emanated from inside the room. I could smell the gunpowder. This is going from bad to worse. And you say that's the point at which you noticed the revolver on the floor? Correct, and I foolishly picked it up. That was carelessness on my part.
Presumably then, the gunshot you heard came from the firearm that you somewhat hastily took in your hands.
In point of fact, my lord, I believe it did not. What? The barrel of the revolver I picked up was cold, and there was no smell of spent powder. But then, where on earth is the gun that was fired? Whilst I would like to oblige you with an answer, I'm afraid I can't. I too would dearly like to know that. Well, I can see why he didn't tell us all of this beforehand, because this is a pretty terrible explanation. Just as I picked up the firearm to examine it, the door flew open and I heard a man scream.
Hold it!
A man, you say? One of the witnesses, I presume? That's right. I was asking the witness, actually, prosecutor, if you could, shut up. I shouldn't be this rude to his friend, but at the same time... You aren't the one testifying here, Kazuma. That's right, one of the street merchants working on Fresno Street.
Who is merchants?
A number of them had set up their stalls directly beneath the boarded window of the crime scene. A match seller, a newsmonger, and a peddler have all given statements saying they heard the gunshot. Without thought of danger, they ran inside to see what had happened. Miss Gina told us about that yesterday, didn't she? They burst through the door with some force, it would seem. They did, and almost gave me a heart attack in the process. You're supposed to be the Reaper. The first man to come in immediately noticed the revolver in my hand and fled. A policeman patrolling on Fresno Street heard the commotion and was able to arrest the accused shortly after the incident occurred. Anyway, the man's scream drew my attention in that direction. It was only then that the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me.
Hold it!
What do you mean by that? In what way did the body appear? I honestly can't explain it, but it's just the truth. As far as I was concerned, the body hadn't been there until that point, and then suddenly there it was. Did you perhaps hear the sound of the victim falling to the ground just beforehand? At that moment, what I heard was the sound of the door flying open and the scream of the man who came inside first. Nothing more. I see. After the man fled, I examined the body. I was stunned to find that it was Gregson.
Most curious circumstances indeed.
How the inspector was killed, or how his body seemed to appear out of nowhere, I have no idea.
Objection!
Surely the court has heard enough. Hold up, Cosma. There's a contradiction in there that I do have to go back to, hopefully. My lord, the cross-examination has clearly revealed that the accused, Baroque Van Zieks, is lying on multiple fronts. What? What is that supposed to mean?
Good gracious, Counsel.
The defendant is lying, you say?
The defendant is lying, sir.
In his testimony just now, he claims that he failed to notice the victim's body because the room was dark. That's correct. No, that's impossible. It's proven by this candelabrum. I wanted to show that. How does that prove anything? If you examine the tip of the long candle, you can see it has been blown off by a powerful impact.
One would assume that the projectile from the firearm passed through the victim and struck the candle.
The problem comes when you consider the other two candles, which are clearly of a different length.
Yes, I can see that only the candle that appears to have been struck by the bullet is long.
Hang on. This is the type of a revolver that's standard issue for members of the judiciary. Yes, and when I asked about whether the records are kept about who they're issued to, I was told that for the past 5 years they've been engraved with a unique serial number. Oh, but as far as I can tell, there's nothing like that on this gun. Which tells us that it must have been issued longer ago than that. I'm giving myself a second to skim back through the evidence, make sure I've examined all of it, make sure I remember what's there. It doesn't hurt that this is an absolute bop and I just want it to last a bit longer. I'm guessing this is Kazuma's theme. You would reasonably expect someone to have lit all three candles together, which begs the question of why only one has ended up longer than the others. And I will agree with you that it means that candle was shot while the others were still burning. That must be because that particular candle was extinguished while the others were still burning. Ah. That's right. When the candle was hit by the bullet, it obviously went out. But the other two candles would still have been burning, so the fact is, the victim's body would have been illuminated by the light thrown by the candelabra. And the accused claim that he couldn't see the body clearly contradicts those facts. And now to the next lie. There's more? The accused also claims never to have visited the scene of the crime before. That's the truth. In that almost empty room, the police discovered something very unusual. A board covered from top to bottom in police documents and newspaper cuttings. Yes, that's right, we saw it too. Hang on, I gotta do something real quick. I gotta know if I can present on this.
Objection!
No, why can't I point out the contradiction? Okay, we're gonna take a second and quickly go through all of this. I probably should have just dropped a save before coming back here, but oh well.
Hold it! Hold it! Hold it! Objection!
In that almost empty room, the police discovered something very unusual. A board covered top to bottom in police documents and newspaper cuttings. Yes, that's right, we saw it too. It goes without saying that the contents of the police documents cannot be divulged. However, they included a number of reports from various historical cases, the oldest of which was from 10 years ago. 10 years ago, this is starting to sound familiar. And there's a common thread linking all of the documents on that board.
Indeed. And what is this common thread, Counsel?
They all relate to cases prosecuted in court by Baroque Van Zieks. Okay, but you can't really claim that that couldn't have belonged to Gregson, is the thing. All of them? So this is where Gregson was doing his private investigation into the Reaper. And furthermore, all of those cases are ones in which the defendant was acquitted.
Oh Lord!
Interestingly, none of those defendants are alive today, because all of them have been sent to their graves by the Reaper. Huh. We really need to establish, like, some sort of common dialogue. Just to point out that saying by the Reaper in that scenario implies guilt of a crime not proven. It should be by the spirit of the Reaper or something. Oh no. In short, that dingy little room. Anyone who feels like he's not that great at making a fist? Sorry, I know that's completely unrelated, but I wonder if they had trouble modeling his hand. It was the Reaper's secret hideout and his base of operations. Yeah, that's a massive leap, Kazuma. Reaper's hideout? And yet the Reaper would claim never to have been to his own secret hideout? No one would believe that. No, the truth is, we've been looking at this backwards.
Backwards? Explain, Counsel.
Inspector Gregson was investigating the identity of the Reaper. When he discovered the location of the man's secret hideout, he was killed. As I'm sure everyone can imagine, by the Reaper's hand. What? I'm sorry, but you're leaping to conclusions.
Order, order, order. Very well, I hereby state the current opinion of the court. Baroque Van Zieks is an outstanding prosecutor who has rendered great service to his country. However, it is with deep regret that I must concur with Prosecutor Asogi's contention that the defendant's testimony exhibits a number of stark inconsistencies with the known facts.
It exhibits one. Because again, the last half of that was just the prosecution testifying, Your Honor. All I have done is state the truth as I know it. Kazuma's done a brilliant job as ever. He's drawing on his experience as a defense attorney to build his prosecution case, and it's formidable.
Counsel, you will submit the board that you just showed the court as evidence. I believe it to be fundamental in establishing the facts surrounding the Reaper's existence.
Thank you, my lord. Okay, we got the notice board. Let's go. Every piece of evidence is another bullet in the chamber. The notice board has been entered into the court record. Freestanding board, completely covered in notes and articles relating to the victims of the Reaper of the Bailey. And now the prosecution would like to call new witnesses to the stand. Witnesses who saw events unfold on the day in question. They were mentioned in the previous testimony too, if you remember. Yes, the street sellers who heard the gunshot and went running into the room.
Very well. Lead the witnesses in. The defendant may step down from the witness stand.
Certainly, my lord. Oh wow, I recognize that one guy. He was a driver for a carriage in the previous game. Are there only like 20 people in London? Like, really? Okay, so yeah. As I figured, there was always going to be something on the back of this. Oh, what's this? Mr. Naruhodo, look! Oh yes, it's a smudge of some kind. In fact, it looks just like a handprint. And the color. That's blood, isn't it? Oh dear, how disturbing. There's a bloody handprint on the backside. There are details of a whole raft of cases dating back years on here, aren't there? This paper from 10 years ago is browning with age. Look. Out of interest, the most recent thing that appears to be this newspaper cutting here. Oh, it's the same Red-Headed League advertisement that Mr. Sholmes had picked out. And do you remember? There was a red hairpiece at the scene, too. Was Inspector Gregson an exponent of the Red-Headed League, then? Okay, straightforward enough. So, witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court. Names? We don't use names, party fancy for the like of us. We're just free and easy, sell what we like, live where we want to live.
Give them all a vacant stare as they walk down Fresno and spin a few words into a verse for them.
Oh,
Would I be right in assuming that all three of you make your living by selling wares on the street?
everyone calls me gossip. I sell jaunty tidbits to passers-by, you know. Jaunty little tidbits? Got an absolute smasher for you, sir. Right up your gunnel, it is. 6 is the price and not a penny less. Wait, you're actually trying to sell it to me now? Oh, come on, sir. Don't tell me you're not interested. Try it. Give him the money and see what it is. No. I'm not going to buy something while I am in court. And you cannot order me to.
Hey, the man, counsel.
Right, 6 it is.
You won't regret it, sir. Now you've got your listening ears on. Just between us, a young couple on Slate Street have just had twins.
Is that it?
No, that's not it. It's gossip, innit? It wants to spread, but that bit's up to you and your mouth, of course. I've got more, you know. Want another juicy one? 6 a piece it is, if you're curious.
So, we're probably going to notice his, red neck. And I don't mean that in the country way. I am curious, yes, about what's going on under that fat bottom lip of yours. Namely that... Oh. Oh, wow, he picked up on the same time I did. Namely that unusual bruise or whatever that's poking out from under your collar. What about the next witness, then? What name do you go by and what do you sell? Me? I'm Venus. That's what everyone calls me. Funny, isn't it? I sell these lovely little fireworks to all the local school kids. Why do I feel like that's probably illegal? Sixpence a pop. What do you say? You weren't exaggerating with little. Do they actually sell? Oh yeah, the second years can't get enough of my Venus firecrackers. Especially when I tell them if they get 100, they could blow up the school. Yeah, so, okay. So let me get this straight. We've got a gossip peddler and someone who is promoting minor domestic terrorism among school kids.
Not the most savory of ideas, young lady.
What do you say then? Want to part with 6p for a pop? Wait, what? You want me to buy one? Tell you what, I'll let you in on a little secret. If you get 100 of them, you could blow up the whole courtroom. Try that. Why are you... Why is Ryu being forced to sell or to buy stuff? He's on a stipend, people. He doesn't have this kind of pocket change. Give her the money and see if she's right.
Hell, woman counsel.
Alright, I'm charging the court for this. Lovely stuff. Right then, this is something a bit extra just for you. The Venus special, only 600p. 600? It's 100 of my regular fireworks. Nothing little about that, is there? There'd be nothing little about the punishment if I blew up the Old Bailey, either. Okay, well, at least we got evidence for it. Venus special firecracker consisting of 100 smaller fireworks at 6p each. What sort of a bang could it make? What do you want to bet? It's a bang similar to a gunshot. Okay, I'm not sure I'm prepared to meet the last of these guys now. Let's look at the evidence for a sec before we go on. If you had an idea, Mr. Naruhodo, you're staring at the end of the string of fireworks. Sorry, it's just that it's the Venus special. I was wondering what 600p worth of fireworks would sound like. Shall we find out? What? But she said it could blow up the courtroom. Alright, that was a fairly sizable bang. Hey, here's her still ringing, Mr. Naruhodo. It sounded almost exactly like... Goes off like a gunshot. And the last witness, what name do you go by and what do you sell?
Think of all sorts of thoughts, and I think, therefore I am before I think. I think. Because I stand there on the street watching the world go by around me, they call me the Observator.
Yeah, old man, everyone calls you Sandwich and you know it. So, you don't actually sell anything?
Problem shared is a problem halved, as they say. I give advice, I do, and think what it means. I don't actually sell anything, no, come to think of it.
Pity. No more purchases today, please. We've expended the month's budget.
Oh, we have quite a cart here, it seems.
They conduct their business on Fresno Street from morning until night, my lord. And always in the same place, directly adjacent to the crime scene.
I see, and thus they heard the gunshot, I suppose.
Not only that, but they very bravely ran inside to see what was going on and witnessed the crime.
Well, I'd be beggared, I thought, just between us.
Hey, Mr. Marlowe, what am I to do? What a terrible thing I saw.
Oh, what I think is, if all what we see is light and shadow playing on our eyes, is any of it real? Very well. The court will hear the formal testimony of these three witnesses now. Who will describe in detail what you witnessed and heard at the time of the incident?
Witness's account.
We saw the whole thing from start to finish, we did. Everything from the moment they went into the building.
It was less than a minute after the Reaper had gone inside that we all heard a big bang.
Seems to me that quick to talk is quick to walk. Gossip couldn't wait to go and see what had happened. I ran into the room and there he was, with the Reaper gun in hand, standing over the dead body.
I was scared half to death, me, so I ran off to find a copper. These witnesses were there the whole day, and saw everything. Who did they see going inside the building? Only the victim, Inspector Gregson, and the accused, Baroque Van Zieks.
I've seen pictures of that Reaper in the paper. I know what he looks like. And just between us, folk love stories like this. I've made myself a tidy sum already.
Wait, room is just one of several flats in the building. Someone from another flat could have done it. All of those flats on Fresno Street are unoccupied.
Of course they are. They're small, damp, dirty, and expensive to boot.
Why would they be expensive if they're small, damp, and dirty? The room in which the inspector was found is the only property in the building that's currently leased. We know the leaseholder's name, don't we? It's Hugh Boone.
Testimony the court just heard would appear to leave little room for doubt. It's becoming increasingly difficult to see how anyone other than the defendant could have committed the crime.
Oh. Thank you for your candor, my lord.
Counsel for the defense, you may proceed to cross-examine the witnesses.
Yes, my lord. In a closed court like this, without a jury, the judge is the only person whose opinion matters. I have to break down this testimony somehow. Okay, let's get a save in here and start picking this apart.
We saw the whole thing from start to finish, we did. Everything from the moment they went in the building.
When you say they went in the building, were they together? When you say they, who do you mean exactly? Inspector Gregson and the defendant, Lord Van Zieks?
I suppose so. The likes of us don't know the names of the high and mighty. But I'll tell you one thing, it was that old Reaper that went in last, that's for sure and certain.
behind Inspector Gregson? Did they arrive at the same time as each other? No, not at all. The first fellow must have gone inside a good 15 minutes before we heard that gunshot. The victim arrived 15 minutes before? Are you sure about that? Am I sure? Am I sure? Does it seem likely that I've forgotten a fellow with bright red hair like that, does it? Okay, well, we've got our first advantage here. That should help establish that the board belongs to Gregson, as we were suggesting. It's the Red-Haired League advertisement. It's on the board. And it was the inspector who was wearing the red hair that we found in there. Yeah, his hair really well red, wasn't it? Redder than my flaming fireworks, even.
And fiery red moths still burnt on the inside of my eyelids, that is.
Wait a minute, you're saying that the man was a redhead?
Weren't you listening, chum? Ah, he was a redhead, and he had a big trunk with him as well.
Inspector Gregson's hair isn't red, not by any stretch of the imagination. Seems likely that the person you saw wasn't in fact Inspector Gregson at all, but some other third party. No, I hate to break it to you, but the witnesses are correct. What? Just have a look at this photograph of the victim taken at the scene. Yes, that's Inspector Gregson, all right. And a red hairpiece. Ah. Of course, we saw one on the floor when we investigated the scene, didn't we? Hang on, why are we just glossing over the existence of a trunk that wasn't found in the room? We saw one on the floor when we investigated the scene, didn't we? I still refuse to believe Inspector Gregson wore a hairpiece, though. So why on earth would he have been wearing something like that?
The color does seem to suit the man, one might.
No one would say that, Judge. Literally no one.
The photograph will be submitted as evidence, please.
Photograph of the victim has been entered into the court record. What became of the trunk that the red-headed victim was supposedly carrying? I was informed that no trunk was found at the scene. Okay, good. So we're not just glossing over that. So it just disappeared?
What, do you expect us to have been watching the building every second, do you?
I definitely saw him in the dock going in, though. No question about that. I'm not actually presenting, I just want to look at that picture. You know what's really weird about this? Why on earth is there no blood behind him? This picture doesn't give us anything yet.
Hold it!
Oh, sorry. It was less than a minute after the Reaper had gone inside that we all heard a big bang. By which you presumably mean the gunshot? I sell these little things, don't I? How would I know what a gunshot sounds like? But I've always thought it probably sounds a bit like this, doesn't it? And you say that you heard the noise almost as soon as you saw the defendant enter the building. That's right. It was almost straight away. Bang! It went just like that. Well, he's a reaper, isn't he? It's what the French call a fait accompli. When the reapers around, people are going in the ground. I mean, that's what he does, isn't it? I think we get the message. The Reaper couldn't allow the inspector to live after he discovered his secret hideout. There can be no clearer motive for the crime, except it's not... Oh my gosh, how long am I going to have to wait before proving that that wasn't Van Zeke's secret hideout?
Yes. It's certainly an eminently credible motive.
Great. And at that point, you ran inside, is that correct?
Seems to me that quick to talk is quick to walk. Gossip couldn't wait to go and see what had happened.
Hold it!
So, when Gossip ran to see what had happened, did you go too?
Me, I'm a bit hampered. See, all the signs are that I can't move very well.
You were way behind, presumably, with the sandwich boards around your neck and that big sign in your hand. What a great burden you bear. Pardon me for asking, Mr. Sandwich, but is it possible you and I have met before?
Not anybody. Me, the signs are what make me who I am. I signed, therefore I am.
So, you weren't employed as an omnibus driver just under a year ago, then? Fun fact, you can pursue when there isn't any prompt to pursue. I kinda want to. Hang on. You know what? Let's do it.
Excuse me!
Miss Venus, what do you say? I say that it'll be 600 pennies. Sorry? It's my banter on the street whenever anyone comes along. Well, this isn't Fresno Street. Just miser. I can't believe how many lines of dialogue I've missed throughout the game by not having random people, by not pursuing random people off to the side when one person is talking. It's tragic. Gonna have to play this entire game through on my own at some point again. I might be mistaken, but I believe his trembling has intensified, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, I agree. He's clearly been through a lot.
Turn down Henry, King Henry Street in Black Widow's Arms is just there.
Oh dear, you've made him hide behind his sign. Life was full of surprises.
I ran into the room and there was the Reaper gun in hand standing over the dead body.
Hold it!
So then, you were the first person to arrive on the scene, is that right?
I was kicked in the jaw like a professional, I did, and yelled out, "What's going off here?"
Lord Van Zeke claims all he heard was a man's scream, though. And was it dark inside the room?
No, not dark at all. There were candles burning on the wall.
Really? and there was a feather collapse on the floor. Just between us, it's the first thing that I noticed when I got inside. Ah, I see. Even though Lord Van Zieks claims not to have seen any such lights on the wall. The next thing I noticed was someone standing right beside her body. The accused, Baroque Van Zieks. I gotta be honest, I keep almost slipping into my garbage Transylvanian accent for Kazuma, just because I'm so used to doing so when the camera turns this way. That's right, the pale-faced Reaper himself. I was a little shocked, I won't deny it, but I'm no lily-livered coward. I stood my ground and gave that Reaper a cold hard stare myself.
Excuse me.
Do you have something to add, Mr. Sandwich?
There's really nothing to me empty in the head. I am just two slices with no middle. So I don't know what you could want with me.
I think that maybe you just remembered something. Having heard Mr. Gossip's latest statement, I mean.
What I think is, well, nothing really.
Dude, don't make me break that cold nose of yours.
We try to dress ourselves up as something else, but at the end of the day, we're all just straight sellers.
That's enough out of you, Sandwich. You keep your trap shut now. Unless you want us to make you into a real sandwich.
When he saw the Ripper, he fell clean over on his backside.
That's it?
You rotten beggar, I told you to keep that a secret. He screamed, he did, screamed and scrambled off on all fours. That's all I've wanted to say.
You know, it occurs to me, I haven't looked at their entries in the court record. Gossip, unknown age. A peddler plying his trade on Fresno Street seems to make his money by selling interesting items of news to passers-by. Venus, a peddler plying her trade on Fresno Street, she seems to make her money selling meager little fireworks to children. Sandwich, a mysterious signpost who can be found on Fresno Street. He looks somewhat familiar somehow.
That's all I wanted to say.
Mr. Gossip, is this true?
The floor was dead slippery, that's why. I planted my hand in a filthy pool of blood and now yuck.
What? A pool of blood?
But listen here, even when I was sprawled on the floor, I still kept giving that Reaper a cold hard stare, and don't you forget it.
Let's just go back a little. Did you say you got blood on your hand?
I did. Happens to the best of us at times, doesn't it? So I was scared, so I slipped over. We can keep it between us, can't we?
No, Mr. Gossip. I'm going to have to ask you to add that information to your formal testimony. And there's a very simple reason. Because if he did, it means he went into the room. It's going to contradict pretty obviously with this. If they opened the door, saw the room, and then he ran out, and then they ran out, he would have never been anywhere near the blood.
Oh, if I must. The witness will amend his testimony to include the aforementioned details at once. I slipped over and got blood on my hands, so I quickly wiped it off on the floor.
Hold it!
You wiped your hand on the floor?
Well, who wants blood on his hand, eh? Horrible stuff. They might have thought I'd done it. No doubt.
And you didn't think that might be a problem?
Does it really matter if I've left a few grubby handprints on the floor? They'll get cleaned up in the end, won't they? Don't make such a fuss, that's a message from all of us. Something wrong, Counsel?
No, my lord. I don't remember anything in the report about a bloody handprint on the floor, that's all.
Don't come at me with that, you can't intimidate me. I know what I did, I wiped it off on the floor, the blood.
I wonder, could that be what happened? Mr. Naruhodo? I don't have all the answers yet, but I think we may have just uncovered a vital clue. I was scared after death, me, so I ran off to find a copper.
Hold it!
So you didn't run into the room with your friends? I'm not that sort of girl. Sorry? I'm a timid little thing, me. I was too scared to go in there. Ah, right, I see. Oh, Lippy and the witch ran in there, and then I heard a sort of old lady scream.
That wasn't me, I swear. If I were a gentleman, I'd set my honor on it.
I wondered what on earth was going on. Which is when you went to find a policeman? And I ran into a copper as soon as I turned the corner. So I brought him straight back to the place. Didn't I do well, eh?
Just between us, that copper's eyes nearly popped out of his head when he saw the Reaper. I've never felt more uncomfortable in all my life. And the defendant was arrested on the spot, I believe.
Considering the catalog of killings the Reaper had carried out, it was a particularly inauspicious end. If I can't find any holes in this testimony, I'm afraid the judge will give a ruling of guilty, Mr. Naruhodo. Truth is, though, their combined testimony is fairly damning. Unfortunately, there don't seem to be any obvious problems with their statements, do there? Still, if Lord Van Zieks really is innocent, then I'm almost certain that we'll find something in there that doesn't quite add up. You don't think that one of those three could be the true culprit, do you? I don't know, but what I do know is that there's more to this case than is yet to be brought to light. Okay, so based on what happened in the discussion, I think the thing we have to present here isn't actually going to be the diagram of the room, or the picture, which were the main things that I thought of. I also think there might be a reaction if we present him the gun, but I'm not sure. You know what? Screw it.
Objection!
Nope, I can't get a reaction out of him for presenting the gun. But because of all that, it's going to be the notice board is what we present.
Objection!
So you wiped off the blood from your hand on the floor of the room. Are you quite sure about that?
Well, what else do you expect me to have done, eh? Does it really matter?
Objection!
Police found no such handprint on the floor during their investigations. What exactly is the
Objection!
defense asserting? If you listen, you'll find out, Prosecutor Asogi. Certainly, there was no bloody handprint found on the floor. What are you trying to say? There was a handprint in blood left very clearly at the scene. On the back of this notice board.
Oh, yes, indeed. Indisputably a handprint in the distinctive color of blood. Oh, you're dead right. That's my right hand. I'd know it anywhere. That's my right hand. I'd know it anywhere.
Objection!
The witness very definitively testified that he wiped his hand on the floor. Any handprints on the back of the board are irrelevant.
Objection!
Not if the board itself had fallen over onto the floor. In that case, it's quite possible for the witness's handprint to have ended up there. Just look at the floor plan of the room. The notice board was in the opposite corner of the room to the victim and in an upright position. Even if it had somehow toppled and was lying on the floor at the time, it would have been considerable distance from the body. I fell over when I came across the body, so I was basically right next to the corpse, not on the other side of the room. In other words, the defense's assertion is contradictory. Only if that's where it was. Yes, it is. There's a very definite contradiction here, for which there must be a reason. As it stands, the fact of the matter is that the man wiped a handprint somewhere, and there was only one handprint, one bloody handprint found in the entire room. And it's right there. Therefore, unless there's another handprint somewhere, he must have wiped his hand there. The question becomes, why?
I take it that you've formulated a proper hypothesis, counsel, regarding this apparent discrepancy between the witness's account and the handprint found at the scene.
I have, my lord. Discrepancy between the witness's account and the location of the handprint is explained by the board moving. The real contradiction here is the handprint itself, not where it was found. As the court can see, it's upside down.
Good gracious, so it is. If the witness had put his hand against the board, the fingers should be pointing upwards.
What does that tell us? It tells one simple fact. When this handprint was made, the board must have been lying on the floor, as I previously suggested. Which means that after the incident, it must have been moved. What?
Objection!
They're claiming that somebody moved the notice board after the shooting. And tell the court who. I don't know that yet. The point is, when you consider all the testimony we've heard so far, we can now be very clear on one point.
That would be...
The position of the notice board at the time of the incident, my lord.
Oh, counsel, I must ask you to clarify your assertion for the court. At the time of the incident, where do you maintain the notice board was situated?
So this is tricky because it's somewhere in a certain range, and I don't know exactly where they want it. If you follow my mouse for a moment, it's somewhere in this space. Either it was lined up here so that the door and the notice board together were blocking any visual of that corner, or it was right here, directly blocking the visual of Gregson himself. The trouble with that being, if that's where it was, how did they get close enough to the body to find it, and the direction that it would fall. I think this is where it's going to be, but I could be wrong, which is why I saved.
Take that!
This is the only possible okay. They dealt with that for me. Like I said, somewhere in this region.
Immediately adjacent to the doorway.
The court would think back to the testimony given by the defendant earlier. He said that when he entered the room it was dark and he couldn't see the body.
Why heck?
If the notice board has been here, the body would have been completely hidden from view. And the light from the candles would have been blocked, making the room appear dark.
Objection!
The accused also claims that the victim's body simply appeared before him. Yes. When the notice board fell over. That's true. Or in his precise words, just as I picked up the firearm to examine it, the door flew open and I heard a man scream. It was only then that the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before him. I don't know about calling it a scream, but he was talking about me and no mistake. Because it was me that kicked the door open. If you look again at the floor plan, consider what would happen if the door to the room was thrown open with force. I can't... The door struck the notice board, knocking it over and making the victim's body visible.
Good gracious.
My client has told nothing but the truth. He has simply described what he saw. I don't like gossip.
Order, counsel. How's this not come to light before now?
After the incident, somebody must have righted the board and moved it into the position where the police, myself, and my colleague saw it when investigating the room.
Witness, what have you to say for yourself?
What? Me, my lord? You and your fellows were there at the scene before anybody else. It goes without saying that you must know something about the position of the notice board.
Witnesses in the stand will testify again. You will each explain exactly what you did upon arriving at the scene of the crime.
Oh, stop looking over your glasses at me. I'll get the message. I don't know anything about that notice board. I just wiped my hand on it, that's all. Well, don't look at me. I haven't got a clue about it. I was doing business with some second years at the time.
I don't know anything about anything. I'm just a bystander here, just a sign at the crossroads of life.
It was that Reaper. I bet he's got a face that screams bored.
I can't see how this changes anything anyway. The detective still died and we had the gunshot.
It's a question of the validity of your testimony, first of all, and whether anyone interfered with the scene after the fact, before the police were able to examine it.
So none of you can elaborate further.
Shaken by the crime they witnessed, and with only the light of a few candles and an oil lamp by which to see, We can't expect these witnesses to be able to give a more precise account of what happened. That's right, yeah. It don't pay to expect too much.
It's man's endless quest for knowledge that's destroying the world. That's what I think.
Do you, really? In any case, as this testimony shows, even if the notice board was moved by somebody following the incident, it makes no difference. When the gunshot rang out, the accused was the only person at the scene. In short, the only person who could possibly have committed this crime is Baroque Van Zieks. None of this wrangling over the board changes that simple fact.
Quite so, quite so. Does the defense still wish to cross-examine the witnesses despite the circumstances?
Most certainly, my lord.
Very well, then you may proceed, counsel.
Mystery of the moving board.
Hold it!
So you admit that it was the board you wiped your bloody hand on? Admit it, us to admit that's there plain as day for all to see. A smash imprint of my right hand. Perhaps you wanted to hide that handprint. So you righted the notice board and pushed it into the corner, did you? No, imagine the weight of that great lump. Do I look like a powerful or well-nurtured man? Well, you knocked it over. Or did you see anybody else moving the board? I've got nerves of steel, I can tell you, but even I have my limits. There was a body on the floor in front of me and the Grim Reaper himself standing over it. And there was precious little light inside either. My bottom lip was all a quiver. I feel like your bottom lip is rather consistently a quiver. How many people have punched you for that to be the case, by the way? In other words, this witness is unable to give a definitive testimony on that point.
Yes, so it would seem.
Well, don't look at me. I haven't got a clue about it. I was doing business with some second years at the time.
Hold it!
When you say you were doing business with them, you mean you were selling them fireworks? Yeah, what else? There's a priory school just round the corner, see? Those cheeky little so-and-sos have got a plan to blow their school to Kingdom Come. Your Honor, could a policeman please be sent to check on that school? I just feel like it's a prudent thing to do given light of this evidence. It doesn't even have to be in relation to this trial, just someone should probably check on that. So I've been telling on them, letting their teachers know what they're up to. Oh. Is that so? Oh, you have? Yeah, I wouldn't want anyone to get hurt, so I let the school know the kids are playing with dodgy toys. Then, praise the Lord, their teachers take all the fireworks off them. And then, praise the Lord again, the kids all come back to me and buy more. Everyone's happy, see? That explains a lot. She is definitely the best businessman out of the three of them. A racket. Of course, sometimes the teachers give me a little bonus to thank me for letting them know. It's a busy old life selling explosives. Must be a long fuse. I just like the idea of letting that sit there unexploded for like a minute or an hour or something. I won't, but I want to.
Venus is a guileful goddess indeed.
Well, telling barefaced lies is kind of my thing, really. I'm ever so good at it. So, I want to point out that I believe the sign on his back says actual hero. So I'm guessing he's going to be the hero of this case.
Excuse me.
Something wrong, Mr. Sandwich?
If I said it was, could we just leave it at that? Would that be the end of it?
No. Did Miss Venus's statement just now bring something to mind, perhaps?
Philosophical thoughts, deep philosophical thoughts. Let's say there was a great lie. And that great lie said without batting an eye, telling barefaced lies is kind of my thing. I'm ever so good at it. Would those words be a lie too? Would those words of hers be a lie too, or the truth, in which case she's not a liar?
I mean, the fact that someone is or isn't a great liar doesn't mean they constantly tell lies.
Oh, it's a hellish paradox, that one, don't you think?
I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. But it seems to me you're suggesting Miss Venus has been lying, are you? I'm sorry, man, but yeah, you're probably gonna get in trouble after this. What are you on about, old man? Trying to cause trouble, are you? Keep on like that, and I'll wrap your whole body in firecrackers and set 'em off. That'll give you something to tremble about. Ma'am, you just issued a death threat while standing in court. I need you to think about that for a sec.
You have a startlingly disturbing mind behind that sweet and innocent face, young lady.
So, Miss Venus has lied in her testimony? Is that what you're saying, Mr. Sandwich?
Well, if it means I'll be burning in hellfire for the rest of my days, so be it. Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Can you elaborate, please, sir?
Oh, Blabbermouth here headed for the room where the gunshot seemed to come from. But there was someone else who crept up the stairs behind him, too. That's right, that rotten lie over there. You mean to say that you did in fact betake yourself to the scene of the crime after all?
No, that's not what she means to say. That's what's being said. She very clearly didn't mean to say any of that because she didn't want this to come out. What did I tell you, eh? I said I was good at telling barefaced lies, didn't I? Ma'am, this is court. You are legally required to be honest. Well, that revelation rocked the whole courtroom, didn't it? Who knew firecrackers packed such a punch?
So you did indeed visit the scene of the crime, did you, young lady? Good grief.
Well, now you come to mention it. I suppose perhaps I do clearly remember climbing the stairs to the room, yeah? Either you clearly remember it or you don't.
I shall consider a fitting punishment for this perjurous act later. For the time being, you will immediately amend your testimony to reflect the truth.
Oh yes, my lord, of course. Maybe I did sneak along behind gossip and have a little peek into the room where it all happened. Alright, well, we got some stuff happening now.
Hold it!
You make a habit of lying, do you, Miss Venus? Well, I suppose so. I don't really know, to be fair. If you want my advice, though, I'd take everything I say with a big pinch of salt. Alright, but you did in fact go to the room where the victim was killed on the day in question, didn't you? Oh, please, as if I would. I can't think of anything more terrifying. The truth, please. Alright, just a bit then. I mean, a girl my age is curious about stuff, you know. Did you touch anything at the scene? Oh, please, as if I would. I mean, there was a dead body on the floor. The truth, please. Alright, just a bit then. I had to look to see if there was anything I could sell. So I did give the place a once-over, but it was nothing to write home about. Right, now, I hesitate to ask, but you didn't move the notice board by any chance, did you? Oh, please, as if I would touch anything like that. Just a few bits of loose change is all I had. The truth, please. Alright then, I thought there might be something worth having underneath it. So I blasted the flippin' thing. Sorry, flip the blasted thing. You're telling us that you did move that board? I think that did slip out, didn't it?
What? You daft bomb pop. I don't believe it. The girl doesn't think.
So, did you find anything then? Something that you might have taken, perhaps, to sell? Oh, please, I should be so lucky. The truth, now. I might have found this old pocket watch under the notice board, I suppose. But a bit of junk like this can't be worth much if you ask. So it was you, was it? You're the one what... So it was you, was it? You're the one what took it. Gina?
Young lady, may I remind you where you are?
That watch there. That was a present to Inspector Gregson from the yard for a big case he solved 10 years ago. Professor case, no doubt. The boss used to wind it up every morning and evening, every evening without fail when he was waiting for his grub to come at the pub. I see. I swiped it off and once and blimey was he upset. He gave me a right earful. Said he hadn't missed a day in the last 10 years polishing it and winding it. It meant the world to him, that watch did. Possibly not the best thing to go diving for, then. It's not all that, though. I took it to Jabez that night to ask how much it was worth, but the old dealer wouldn't touch it. Wouldn't give me a penny for it, said it wasn't working, knocked about and worthless, he called it. So, that informs us of a time of death. Oh, I knew I should have lifted it. See, actual hero. So he's going to be the one to save this case somehow, I assume. That watch must be submitted as evidence at once. Oh, please, just so long as you promise to give it back when we're done. No, we don't. You took it off a dead body. Not a chance. I'll swipe it from you if you try to get your grubby mitts on it again.
That's enough. Hand the watch to the bather forthwith.
Now, children, watch your manners.
Good lord. Glass appears to be broken.
More than likely it shattered when the inspector was shot. It doesn't tick anymore either. Which is why Jabez didn't want it. What a waste, eh?
Yes, indeed. It appears to have stopped at the hour of 5.
Exactly when the gunshot was heard, then. Which supports the prosecution's claim, of course. Inspector Gregson's pocket watch that he wound without fail every single day is no longer ticking, and the glass over the face is cracked.
It would appear that the mystery of the moving notice board has been solved at least.
The glass over the face is really badly cracked, look. What a shame when the inspector clearly looked after it so carefully. Imagine Mr. Sholmes could repair it, don't you? Yes, I should think so. He's very adept at things like this, a useful man to have around. But kindly remember that he is a great detective, Mr. Morihara, not an odd job man. Have you noticed where he gets his income from? That's what I thought. There's something to be understood about that thing. It's broken off. There's a tiny little stub sticking out from the small hole here. Look. I suppose there must have been a little knob on something or something on that for setting the time. In that case, seeing as we know the inspector took such good care of this watch, it probably broke when the incident occurred, didn't it? Yes, of course. Which could mean that there's a small part of the watch still at the scene, maybe. Oh! Ah, there's a tiny little keyhole here. Can you see? Oh yes, that's probably for the winder used to wind up the mechanism. Looks a little unusual, don't you think? Yes, you'd need just the right key to wind it, I imagine. Why do I feel as though I've seen something? Something a bit like a key. A bit like a key that's about the right size to fit this hole. It'd be wonderful if we have the key. Let's check carefully over what we've already found. Okay, so I'm not sure how to make it go together. I'm gonna this charming policeman. Oh, what's that? It appears to be some sort of key. Mr. Sato, do you think perhaps this key could be the key for Inspector Gregson's watch? Oh, yes, it could be. Let's try it at once. There's not a moment to lose. I knew it. A perfect fit. And look, the inspector's watch has started going again. So it didn't stop due to breaking, it stopped due to not being wound. Oh, so it has obviously just not been wound up, that's all. What is it, Mr. Sato? Well, if the watch isn't actually broken after all, I have a feeling it could have profound implications. She's deep in thought now. Perhaps I better start thinking deeply too. The details of Gregson's pocket watch have been updated in the court record. As predicted, it had very little bearing on the case.
Now then, continue with your cross-examination, please, counsel. I don't know anything about anything. I'm just a bystander, and just a sign of the crossroads of life.
Hold it!
But you did go to see what had happened in the room, didn't you?
As straight as my whole world. It's all I know, and I know all of it. I have to make it my business to know if I want to hold my sign up high.
This guy really has fallen on hard times, like harder than he was under when he was a when he was a coach bus driver. So you did go to see what had happened.
It's not the destination that's important, it's how you get there, isn't it?
Did you notice the notice board in the room?
If you think about it, we're both the same species, aren't we? Both different members of the sun family.
See, actual hero. I don't know why it says that if he's not going to be the one to save this entire case.
So if I'd spotted it, I might have tried to trip it up and out of a sense of rivalry, I admit.
Someone really needs to tell you that you're Homo sapiens, not Homo sapiens. Does that mean that you didn't notice the board?
I can only repeat what I said before.
Welcome to the stream, last one.
I don't know anything about anything. I'm just a bystander, just a sign at the crossroads of life.
Thank you for the hydrate.
In which case, just who was responsible for moving the notice board?
It was that creeper, I bet. He's got a face that screams bold.
Hold it!
What exactly do you mean by that? Oh, come on now, don't tell us you've not noticed. He looks like he hates everything in the world, that fella. But notice, Paul, there's the one thing he likes. You can see it in his eyes. I can't say I'd ever noticed. I'll tell you one thing for free, though. I never took my eyes off that man on the floor, or off the Reaper, not for 1 second. Sorry? I was that scared I couldn't. You never know what a fiend like that might do to you if you look away, do you? If you didn't take your eyes off the defendant, you should be able to confirm categorically whether or not he was the one who moved the notice board. Oh, is that I can. The Reaper did nothing of the sort, I can swear to that. I couldn't have missed it if he'd eased the thing upright again and dragged it into the corner. Right, glad we cleared that up. What happened to the face that screams bored? I feel your pain, Kazuma. Wait, we're not going to have him amend the blatant lie in his testimony?
I can't see how this changes anything anyway. The detective still died when we heard the gunshot.
So this is where we're going to wind up presenting Inspector Gregson's watch to prove that no, the watch does not prove that. I know I'm oversaving here, but I feel like I might get cut off at some point. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon that you all heard the loud bang, wasn't it?
Maybe the notice board fell. Maybe the notice board fell over. Maybe it didn't. Maybe I fell over. Maybe I didn't. But the Reaper's fate is sealed either way because of the gunshot we all heard. So your fate's sealed too.
My fate? That's right, the defense is fated to lose, and the prosecution to win. Kazuma, you're acting like a real prick right now, I gotta be honest. In other words, it all hinges on that single gunshot, so if I could just find some problem with that part of their story, it may be possible to change all of our fates.
Of course, none of that changes the fact that I heard what I heard, does it?
Not much to go on. As you've pointed out, Mr. Naruhodo, there's no question that the notice board was moved. Somebody must have done it. But it did happen after the event, so maybe Kazuma is right and it's not relevant to the case. But why was it there in the first place? Seems to have been deliberately positioned so as to hide the body from view. So I feel sure that there's some deeper significance to all of this. Yes, I know what you mean. No doubt there are more clues here to be uncovered. You're on the right track, I can feel it, so follow your instincts. Alright then. This is one of the worst testimonies I've ever had to face. And yes, I'm aware that this is exactly where I saved the last time through, but sometimes you're required to press on certain comments before progressing, because they need to reference them later on.
Objection!
I'm afraid that's not necessarily the case.
Oh,
At the scene, we found this key to the winder of the inspector's pocket watch. A key? And having wound the pocket watch, we discovered that it in fact still works. You see, the watch didn't stop because it was broken at all. And that fact completely undermines one of the most fundamental premises on which this entire case has been built. What?
Order. Council. Watch was stopped at almost exactly 5 o'clock.
We have to conclude that's merely a coincidence since it's not broken. Yeah, which is just when we heard that gunshot.
It is exactly the hour.
The time it was showing on the watch tells us nothing other than when it wound down. It's merely a coincidence that it happened to be at 5 o'clock.
Objection!
Even if that's true, the 3 witnesses here all heard the gunshot at 5 o'clock. So that's obviously when this crime was committed.
Objection!
No, that doesn't hold. Why not? Recall what Inspector Lestrade said only moments ago. The boss used to wind it up every evening without fail when he was waiting for his grub to come at the pub. Said he hadn't missed a day in the last 10 years polishing it and winding it. It meant the world to him, that watch did. The victim was in the habit of winding his watch once a day in the evening. We can reasonably assume, therefore, that he wound the timepiece on the evening before he died as well.
Yes, that would be entirely reasonable.
But if that's the case, you wouldn't expect the watch to have completely wound down by 5 o'clock the following day.
Oh,
How'd you explain it then? In summary, the evening before the day of the incident, when the gunshot rang out in that room, the inspector was already unable to wind his watch. You can't mean he was dead beforehand. What would stop a man winding his watch if he's been in the habit of winding it every single evening for 10 years? The obvious answer is that he was already dead. He's right.
Order, order. Council, that is a most extraordinary claim.
Objection!
Extraordinary isn't the word, it's absurd. That's how we play here, Cosma. You'll learn a little bit. As you get into the word. As you get into the issue. Claim he was already dead the night before? You really think that Scotland Yard's coroner would have overlooked something like that? On that subject, there is something rather surprising. There's actually an omission in the coroner's report. Okay, so it's coming up. The time of death is not noted. That's right. Wait a minute, you're forgetting that my legs went from under me when I kicked the door in. What do you mean? Like I said, I planted my feet in a dirty great puddle of blood. Yes, so the victim's blood hadn't dried, it was fresh. He catches on fast, doesn't he?
Objection!
That blood could be explained in any number of ways. It could have been put there afterwards. Some fresh blood could have been poured on the victim's body after he... Really, Cosma? You're pulling that phrase? It's already rude when Lord Van Zeeks does it. And he actually has my respect as a prosecutor. Does my learned friend think that fresh blood is available on every street corner? Fresh blood is available almost everywhere. You'd be surprised how many people have fresh blood in their immediate vicinity at all times. Well, it needn't necessarily have been human blood, of course. We've been told previously that Scotland Yard has no way to identify blood as human.
Problem is currently being researched. At present you are correct. It is beyond our abilities.
So then, a chicken's blood could have been used, for example. Certainly possible that it wasn't the inspector's blood at all.
Objection!
But the gunshot was heard at 5 o'clock that afternoon. That's beyond question. Is it, though? What? Given that the time of death of the victim has already been called into question, isn't it beyond the realms of possibility that what these witnesses heard wasn't a gunshot at all? It isn't beyond the realms of possibility. That what these witnesses heard wasn't a gunshot at all. Oh, please, what are you trying to say? Just know what we heard, and it was a loud bang that came from that there room. Now you listen.
You listen to me, as Street says, yes, there is livelihood.
I don't doubt your ears, sir, but all you can say with certainty is that you heard a noise.
What? Explain yourself then, Counsel.
A noise that sounds like a gunshot could have been made with...
Take that!
something like this. The culprit could have set off one of these to fake a gunshot.
Good gracious, the very fireworks that are sold by the witness.
Specifically the big model. Now hold on a minute, are you saying I did it? My pretty little firecrackers only make a little pop anyway, see? Not 100 of them together, the Venus special that you sell for 600 pennies sounds like this. And the court can now attest, it sounds very much like a gunshot, in fact. Are you trying to suggest that somebody set off one of those fireworks at the scene? I'm suggesting that somebody knew the defendant was in the room at 5 that day, and sought to implicate him by creating a sound like a gunshot for these peddlers on Fresno Street to hear.
Objection!
But even the accused himself has testified that he saw no one else in the room at the time. Whether it was a gun or a firecracker, the only person present to cause that bang was Baroque Van Zeeks. I'm enough of a match and my firecrackers go pop, see? That's why people like them.
I fear for your fingers, young lady.
Objection!
Recently, during my time here in Britain, I've learned of a very useful invention indeed. Something called a, time bomb.
Good heavens, a bomb!
Yes, a device that allows you to blow up whatever you like, whenever you like. Mr. Naruhodo, I worry that your unfortunate phrasing there may lead to yet another international incident. Ah, no, wait. It's the whenever you like part that's important. A timed device? Yes, exactly. A timed device. Something of that nature could have been planted at the scene. A device that was able to produce the sound of a gunshot long after the culprit had left. You know what occurs to me, as weird as it is the candle. I don't know if y'all have seen Avatar: The Last Airbender, but there was a device present in one of the episodes for telling time using a candle with gunpowder in the fuse. In the wick. It would pop a number of times relevant. If you had a firecracker hooked up to a candle that was burning down, it would blow at the right time. It would blow at a specific time. And that would explain how these other candles were able to keep burning after that fact.
Your extravagant claim will have to be substantiated with evidence, counsel. What proof do you have to suggest in any way that a timed device was employed to create a gunshot sound?
I'm gonna save beforehand, but I'm pretty confident in this one.
Take that!
As the court has already discussed, the tip of one of the candles in this candelabrum has been blown off.
Indeed, because it was struck by the bullet which presumably passed through the victim.
I don't think that's possible, my lord. Not possible? Why? So, hang on. I gotta check the autopsy report again. Okay, so the bullet did exit the body from behind. Because of the scorching. There are gunpowder scorch marks clearly visible on the broken candle. See, he learns as the case goes on, which is actually a really good strength. He didn't know that a gunshot wouldn't leave this kind of scorch marks until we were in this case, and he's now weaponizing that information.
There are? Goodness, yes, but is it not the case that there was also scorching on the victim around the bullet entry wound?
That's right, there was. But as we heard earlier, scorching like that only occurs when the target is at a very close range, a matter of centimeters from the gun.
Ah,
Which means that the scorching on the candle can't possibly be the result of a gunshot. You're suggesting it came from the fireworks? How can that be, eh?
how can that be, eh?
The fact that there's such visible scorching on the candle suggests that the fireworks must have been right next to it when they exploded. Or to put it another way, the candle and firecrackers were joined together. The culprit somehow attached the firecrackers at a point partway down the candle. After the killer had left the scene, the candle slowly burnt down along with the other two, until eventually it ignited the fuse of the firecrackers, generating a loud bang. Hot actual hero. And that is how these three witnesses came to believe they'd heard a gunshot at 5 o'clock.
Well, what a plot. And this implies the victim could have died earlier than we'd been led to believe. The previous day, even.
Yeah, now just hold your horses. All this lot here saw the victim going into the building, remember?
I couldn't forget that flame-colored hair even if I wanted to.
The person you saw entering the building wasn't the victim at all. Consider this. Obviously, anybody can wear a wig. So the person that these witnesses saw entering the building 15 minutes earlier, before the incident occurred, could easily have been someone else entirely wearing the red hairpiece.
Someone else, do you mean to say?
The actual killer. It was the same person who contrived the firecracker trick. In other words, Inspector Gregson's killer. Oh, very impressive, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Kazuma? I'm really quite amazed you've come this far. But after all, wasn't I the one who told you that you had all the makings of a great defense lawyer? I also noted the lack of time with death in this report, a stark omission. And as far as I'm concerned, this whole country's justice system leaves a lot to be desired.
Order! Prosecutor Sogi. What on earth do you mean by that statement?
I heard that many of the leading members of Britain's judiciary are present to observe this trial today. So we cannot allow even the slightest doubt to be overlooked. The defense's assertion about the time of death based on the victim's stopwatch is just conjecture. No. That doesn't really hold up. But, while the possibility exists that my learned friend may be correct, we have a duty to explore.
Well, I certainly would agree with you.
What immediately comes to mind, of course, is what Inspector Gregson was doing and where did he go on the day before the incident. Do you know? The inspector always carried out his investigative work alone. His movements were treated as confidential within Scotland Yard.
Even within the yard.
However, considering the evidence we've been presented with so far, I'd say it's fairly apparent what case the man was pursuing, wouldn't you, my learned friend? Dude, that was insulting when it was coming from the man, so stop being a prick. You have a feeling about what case he might have been investigating. Yes, I agree. Surely, my lord, the defense believes it can explain to the court the case that was being investigated by Inspector Gregson at the time of his death.
Very well, counsel. Present your argument to the court. What evidence is suggestive of the case being investigated by the inspector on the day prior to the incident?
It's the wig.
Take that!
I believe this red hairpiece points to the answer. You might assume it was part of a disguise used to carry out an undercover investigation.
Surely not. Such a brightly colored hairpiece would only serve to make the inspector more noticeable.
Yes, that's quite true. It would definitely have made him stand out in a crowd. Except, that is, in a crowd of gentlemen from the Red-Headed League.
The Red-Headed League.
So, you'd already worked it out.
What on earth is this all about? Is there such an extraordinary league of gentlemen?
The Red-Headed League is currently under investigation for a grand deception.
A deception of what nature, Counsel?
They've been targeting red-headed men across all of London and tricking them out of small sums of money. 2 men were arrested for the misdemeanor only yesterday, in fact. My lord, the defense calls for those 2 men to be summoned at once.
2 redheads.
Inspector Gregson clearly infiltrated the Red-Headed League using this hairpiece, so it's very likely that he had direct contact with these criminals. And it's quite possible that such contact led to more serious events.
I concur that we cannot in good conscience leave this new avenue unexplored.
Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. That's another possible line of inquiry for us, at least.
Prosecution will make immediate arrangements for the charged men to appear. Bring these 2 Red-Headed League conspirators before me, Prosecutor Asogi.
At once, my lord.
Very good. We will have a 30-minute recess. Court is adjourned.
To be continued. We're going to continue presently. November 2nd, 12:33 p.m., the Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Oh, there you are, Oda. What kept you, my dear fellow? Oh, Mr. Sholmes, Gina. You sure about what you said in there? That the boss, actually died the day before? It's pretty hard to swallow. Yes, I was shocked by the revelation too, Gina. As was I, possibly more shocked than both of you. It's not a competition, Mr. Sholmes. But I was more shocked than all of you put together. This is the autopsy report in question, is it? Yes, it's strange that there's no time of death noted. I suppose there's a simple explanation, or perhaps it was a deliberate omission. Oh dear, if it was deliberate, it puts me in mind of the last case we worked on, Dr. Scythe. I know. Anyway, it seems that on the day before Lord Van Zeeks discovered his body, Inspector Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League, so perhaps something happened with them. Come to think of it, you had trouble with those League men too, didn't you, Mr. Sholmes? You were taken in by their trick. No. Naturally, I wasn't taken in, as you put it. My sleuth-hound interest was merely piqued slightly by the rare scent of a weekly £4 income. And that scent masked the underlying scent of deception, I suppose. 2 criminals in question are the pair we saw being arrested yesterday, aren't they? In Mr. Sholmes' suite, I mean. That's right, Suze, and it was me what took 'em in. Thanks to a tip-off by a good law-abiding citizen. Indeed, yours truly. So it's going to be that pair in the witness stand next, is it? Something doesn't quite make sense to me, though. The day before Inspector Gregson was found, you hadn't had trouble with the Red-Headed League yet, had you? How would the Inspector have been investigating them? Well, the likely explanation would be that Gregson's own sleuth-hound interest was piqued by the rare scent of a weekly £4 income. Don't tar him with the same brush as you, Sholmes. Yes, well, then there's the whole issue of Inspector Gregson being investigated by Lord Van Zeeks for some reason. The Reaper, the Red-Headed League, Inspector Gregson, Lord Van Zeeks, and Kazuma. I feel as though he knew we'd arrive at this point somehow. Gosh, I think you're right. What's he really trying to achieve here today? All the answers will soon be revealed. Observe the time, my dear fellow. This recess will be over very shortly. Yes, you're right. Kazuma was determined that he should be the one to prosecute this trial, and that he was determined that I should take the defense. Just what is it that he's hoping to make me see, I wonder? I had the feeling we're a long way from the end of this trial yet. Are you ready then, Miss Susato? Yes. November 2nd, 1 p.m. Old Bailey Courtroom.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the closed court hearing of Rook Van Zeeks, here present, who stands accused of murder. Now then, Prosecutor Usogi.
My lord?
Have you summoned the witnesses as requested?
Yes, the two members of the Red-Headed League who planned and carried out the deception. They arrived not long ago from the local prison by police carriage.
Very good. Bailiff, usher the two men into the courtroom.
These two men are currently being held by the police on a suspicion of attempted extortion. You may omit your occupations, but state your names now for the court. I am Fabien de Rousseau, a descendant of the great de Rousseau family from Nice in France. And my name is Peppino de Rossi. I am the third son of the great Familia de Rossi, the landowners from Napoli. Two men first became acquainted at a boarding school for European nobility. Those who graduate from Temsic as the future leaders of Europe. But, do you have any idea how boring it is to be born with noble blood? Alors, I make it my mission to get the better of the world by employing the little grey cells of my brain. That is all I am trying to do, huh? So, that's the only reason for this whole grand deception you've been carrying out? Oi, you could say that. Not bad, eh? Here's the great ideals, but the petty plans. The strange combination is the charm of the hilarious brothers. Si, capo. Listen to me, Peppino. I have two things to say to you. Che, are you about to tell me one of your grand anecdotes? Viva! Firstly, I want you to stop calling me this capo. And secondly, we are not the hilarious brothers. This is serious business. Che, bello, there it is. There it is, the capo's trump card, the furrowed brow. It is deep, a capo, the furrow, and the meaning of your words.
The court has been led to believe that under the banner of the Red-Haired League, you have conspired to swindle money from unsuspecting members of the public. Is that true?
Wait, Seka.
And what exactly was the nature of this deception by which you planned to defraud?
Hello, I will explain it. No, capo, leave it to me. As you see, we both have the vivid red hair, no? At school, we were teased for this without pity. The capo here, he was many times behind the schoolhouse, crying like the Trevi fountain. Oh, those dogs, one day the world will respect us redheads. Every night he would bury his head in his pillow and weep for the injustice. C'est bien, Peppino, enough. I will explain the rest. The first step was the newspaper advertisement. About one week before the plan was put into operation, we listed the same notice in every paper in London.
Yes, we saw that notice. It was this one, I believe, entitled To the Red-Headed League.
Oi, Seka, I'm honored that you have seen it. It states that the only condition for joining the league is having flame-colored hair, and that if you satisfy the interview panel and are admitted into the league, you could receive a weekly income of £4. On the date specified, red-headed hopefuls gathered in droves at a park specified in the advertisement, and from each person present, this pair took an application fee of 5 shillings. And with the money to France, it was a plan most elegant, no? No, it was most dishonorable. But to be frank, I'm stunned anybody was foolish enough to be taken in by such an obvious trick. The park was described by one witness as choked with red-headed folk like a coaster's orange barrow. Like coaster or coster? Coster's orange barrow. What is a coster? What does a coster do? Person who sells fruits or goods, especially fruits and vegetables, from a hand cart in the street. Ah, from a coster's orange barrow. I see. And the day on which all these men gathered to apply was the day before the victim was discovered. Crucially, these two men spoke face to face with every single person present that day. Oi, I have seen more red-headed people in one day than I will see in the rest of my life. See, and now every time I see the couple's hair, I feel sick to my stomach. Anyway, why have we been summoned here today? Sorry? The date for our trial was not until tomorrow, I was told. Naturally, neither of these men have been told any details about this trial. They've only been shown this photograph.
Very good. So, Mr. De Russo and Mr. De Rossi, you will now give your formal testimony for the court on the subject of the gentleman pictured in this photograph.
Of course, we are always ready to help with the law. Okay, so before we actually dive into this, I want to take a second and take a quick bathroom break, refill my drink, not simultaneously. So, yeah, we're gonna pause here, gonna throw up the BRB, and we will be right back. It's official. I'm running out of orange juice. It's tragic, really. The man in the photograph. Oh, I should take down the BRB. We had more than 1,000 red-headed people assemble in the park on Lime Street that day. But I don't recall the man in this photograph, eh, Capo? No, I don't remember him. Obviously he is dead now, but I assure you he was not in the park. Allora, this victim has nothing to do with us. You have a lot to answer for, Peppino. It is your fault that we got caught in the first place. Okay, so that last statement is going to be the one in the list. That last one is going to be the one that matters when we press on it. That's how we'll start pulling apart their testimony. You've given sworn testimony that this man in the photograph was not present. Can you be certain? Oui, I am quite certain. We did not interview this man. Nobody looking like this came to the park. This I can promise.
It must be noted that you have been arrested for a crime of deception, however. Accordingly, this court has little confidence in your assurances.
With this attitude, we get nowhere, huh? It's really sulking now. Really a sulking now. This confidential document was obtained directly from Scotland Yard. It records an entry from the inspector's private diary dated the day before the incident. It reads, Lime Street Red-Headed League undercover. I have the answer. Maybe there was another similar event in the park on the day in question, eh? That is ridiculous. There's no question that Inspector Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League. Which means it's quite possible that that's when he was killed.
Oh, well, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination now.
Ah, yes, my lord. Man in the photograph. We had more than 1,000 red-headed people assemble in the park on Lime Street that day.
Hold it!
1,000 people? That's a very big crowd. It was quite a spectacle. Redheads had come from all over the capital. The capital. See, the capo here has the magnetismo animale, eh? Nobody else could attract so many people. If I could be born again, I would be the capo. All those people wanted was the money, Peppino. The £4 per week.
Are you suggesting that you spoke personally with all 1,000 applicants?
Oui, that we did, because every one of them paid us 5 shillings. We take their names and we take their money, and we take their addresses as well. Then I tell them we take some days to let them know by a post, and then e finito, maybe 2 minuti a person. We start early in the morning and we stop late in the night. So, you earned 5,000 shillings in one day. It's a small fortune. Who'd have thought there were 1,000 such gullible redheads in London to start with? One of whom was a great detective with chemically altered hair. But I don't recall this man in the photograph. Capo.
Hold it!
Doesn't look at all familiar. No, I don't think so. And this is a wig, eh? He was trying to trick us. I do not like people who are trying to trick the other people. Says the con artist. If between them they interviewed 1,000 people with red hair, it would be unreasonable to expect them to remember every face. No, senor, I may be small, but my memory is very large. I never forget a thing. In my opinion, I do not think this man was in the park. He's not going to give the court a definitive, it seems. A definite, it seems. Hey, Capo, you didn't see a man like this, eh? No, I don't remember him, and obviously he is dead now. But I assure you he was not in the park. According to what you've said, you spoke with 1,000 or more people that day. Wait, that's true. My eyes were burning by the end of the day. Surely then you can't actually remember every single face. How are you so certain that this particular man wasn't present? Normally the red hair is distinctive, eh? But not when you have 1,000 redheads crowding around. That is just a nice one. But if there was some other information you could give us, maybe then we would recall it. That is not the line, Peppino. Remember, we do not remember him. We are sure of that fact, eh? Yes, there was a man with a red hairpiece, but his mustache did not match the color. Then I do not think I could have forgotten. Kazuma said they had only been shown that photograph and they'd been told nothing else at all. What if I fed them just one other detail about the victim? For example... I love how this is an actual plot point. His bottomless fish and chips bag. can certainly appreciate that just knowing the man had red hair wouldn't help you remember in this situation. What if I told you that the man was always munching on a packet of fish and chips? Do you remember a man who was eating incessantly? Not really. I was looking only at the heads of the applicants. I wouldn't have noticed the fish and chips any more than the caviar and smoked salmon. Ora spaghetti, me I love the spaghetti. Really? I had no idea. He has a bottomless plate of spaghetti, so that's exciting. Tell them again what you said before, Peppino. Si, Capo, si. I say it again and again. Allora, this victim has nothing to do with us.
Hold it!
We only have your word for that. See, but what else can we do, eh? True. We are not having much fun these days. First, we were arrested, and then we are shown the horrible picture of a dead man. And now you question every single thing we say. We are the victims here. Hey, Capo! No, you were caught carrying out a plot to swindle hundreds of innocent people. Huh? You had to bring that up, eh? It's not fair. Hey, Capo! You have a lot to answer for, Peppino. It's your fault that we got caught in the first place.
Hold it!
What do you mean by that? Cavolo, you promised not to say, Capo? After we had taken all the money that day, we should have left the country. That was my plan. And I left the purchasing of the tickets for the ferry to Dunkirk to my companion here. But he bought them for the wrong day. Oops. See, but it's an easy mistake to make, huh? The 31st. Oh, I have no sympathy for you. We were an all day late for the boat because of your stupid meeting. Because of your stupidity. And it's only because of this that the so-called great red-headed detective caught us. Capo, you know what I think? This is the work of God. It is a holy punishment, eh? Peppino, for the last time. This is not only punishment. This is only your fault. Don't blame God for your unholy mistakes. You are making me sick with anger. Maybe I make a mistake, but when it's time to eat the pasta known as a fasta? And I've seen the evidence. They haven't told us much we didn't already know. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, if it was in the inspector's diary, it seems likely that he must have gone to Lime Street that day, and yet these two both claim they didn't see him. I have to say, they don't appear to be telling lies. They are experts in deception, don't forget. Sounding plausible is their specialty. They may be lying simply to avoid being implicated in this case as well. Surely if they were truly experts in deception, they wouldn't have been caught. Yes, you do have a point there. It seems to me like we need more information. Definitely. Okay, we're gonna drop a save real quick. I want to present something on another piece of evidence, or another statement. But it might just be that we had to change the statement we had from before, where it asked us to fill something in. I really thought that telling them that he was constantly eating fish and chips would have been a good giveaway, but maybe I'm wrong. Either way, before that, I want to present this because it has... On this side, it has the most recent article is the thing about the Red-Headed League.
Objection!
Nope. Alright, well, I guess we have to tell them
Hold it!
either his name or his occupation. I would certainly appreciate that just knowing the man had red hair wouldn't help you remember in this situation. But what if I told you that man's name was Gregson? The man in the photograph is a Monsieur Gregson? Yes. Names, they are boring. I do not listen to any of them. Oh. It was not a real interview. It was just for a show. Why would I remember the names? That's right, this changes nothing. The man in the photograph was not there, we have already said. I see.
It seems there's little to be gained from pursuing this point further.
Tell them again what you said before, Peppino. See, Capo, see. Say it again and again. Okay, let's try his employment, his profession. I can certainly appreciate that. But what if I told you that the man in the red hairpiece was actually a detective? The man in the photograph, a detective. Yes. It would appear he found your notice in the paper suspicious and decided to investigate incognito. Sorry, but this changes nothing.
Excuse me!
Something to add, Mr. De Rossi? See, I'm always adding something. Parmesan, olive oil, pepper. What I mean is, did you not agree with your friend's last remark by any chance? Yeah, what did he just say about the detective? Yes, that. Keep your mouth shut, Peppino. You have said enough already. But why, Capo? What's the problem? There was a man who said, I'm an inspector from Scotland Yard. What?
Oh, Lord. Order. Explain this volte-face in your testimony, witnesses.
The simple man who was at the park said to us that he was an inspector. There was no such man. There was no such man. What are you saying, Capo? Have you forgotten, eh? I've forgotten nothing. Nobody likes this came to the park. Basta, Capo, basta. You beat me at many things, but not to the memory and the meals. Like I said, when it's time to eat the pasta, no one is faster. But you are inferior to me in every other way. But you are inferior to me in every other way, so shut up. Drop out, the damage is done.
Indeed it is, sir.
Oi, there was a man who came to the park and said he was an inspector from Scotland Yard. However, he looked nothing like the man in the photograph. it was someone else. How can you be so sure? Because, to start with, his face was completely different. See, it's true. The man who came was younger. His face was clean-shaven, his eyes were sadder, his chin was thin.
No resemblance whatsoever.
Anyway, I was not going to be a fool. I took the obvious precaution and said to him, if you are really a detective, show us the proof. See, the capo here, he doesn't take no nonsense, eh? But he was well prepared. He said he had identification. Identification? You mean official police inspector's identification?
That is most unconvincing.
Sorry, my lord?
Counsel, no incognito inspector would offer his identification for inspection. It's quite out of the question.
Definitely. Why would he expose his true identity? Why would he say he was an inspector in the first place? There's a reason I didn't bother asking about the the job, because I figured that was the least likely thing for them to know. Clearly the papers were fake. Stert Capo, you are a genius. As we say in Italia, it takes a thief to recognize another, eh? And what happened after he announced that he was a detective? He became very annoying. He said, you are under investigation. So I took his papers from him and chased him out of the park. It was a fantastico, and look, here is the identification. So you stole it from the man? He had it coming. He made us very scared. But he was not who he said he was. Who he said he was.
Indeed, the person described does not appear to have behaved as a true inspector would. However, I believe it would be prudent for these identification papers to be entered into evidence.
But I like them. One sec, I need to go get ice for this. Trying to ice the back corner of my tongue there. I think I had too much dairy in the last couple of days and now it's swollen because of my milk allergy, which is a fun thing to deal with. Inspector's identification has been entered into the court record. Identification of a man claiming to be a detective inspector, confiscated by Mr. De Rousseau and Mr. De Rossi.
Let us return to the witness's testimony.
So, first of all, I'm going to state the obvious. The guy they saw is going to be this guy, Daily Vigil, who is probably the murderer in this case. That said, this is going to be Inspector Gregson's identification, almost certainly. Well, I suppose we should see what this inspector's identification looks like inside. Yes, it definitely looks fake, doesn't it? Out of interest, what name is given? Probably just something plucked out of the air. It's Tobias Gregson? Wait, what? The Scotland Yard insignia looks genuine to me. But how? And the apartment and identification number details are all correct as well. How do you know Gregson's identification number details? Since when have you known those? Do you mean to say... I know it seems incredible, but yes. I think this is a genuine identification book issued by Scotland Yard. Well, that's unbelievable. This is the real thing after all? The details of the inspector's identification have been updated in the court record. Inspector Gregson's police identification is the official warrant card issued to him by Scotland Yard.
Now let us return to the witness's testimony.
Okay, well. Drop a quick save. And then...
Hold it!
Nope. I am messing up the controls here.
Objection!
I wonder if I could ask you to examine this identification book very closely, Miss Lestrade. Why, Miss Lestrade?
What is your intention here, counsel?
Is this really a fake or is it genuine? That's the question, which we can't answer ourselves.
Objection!
Don't be ridiculous. No Scotland Yard detective would allow his or her identification to be stolen. That is the boss's. No question about it. It can't be. As I suspected. The undercover detective who attended the Redhead League's enrollment on the day in question was the real Inspector Gregson, carrying out an incognito investigation. Nope. We've established that that's not the case. So, law.
Order?
But if the boss had his identification stolen, he would have reported it straight away. I mean, he was always on at me about it. If you lose something, report it at once, he'd say. Could it be, then, that the inspector was physically unable to report it? Physically, eh? What are you saying? Unable to? You're not suggesting... Yes, it's quite possible that he was killed before he had the chance to report his identification stolen. No. Nope, that's not what happened. He was killed, but, well, he was killed before he had a chance to report his identification stolen. But that's because he was killed before it was stolen.
Order.
The defense posits that the victim was killed the day before his body was discovered at a different location. Do you two have anything to say about that? I know nothing. I done nothing. Pull yourself together, Peppino. Mon Dieu, you can behave a little more like a master criminal than that, no? I wish I had returned to Italia. I'm so sorry. Stop crying, Peppino, please. Otherwise, Lummy, stop your whining and start talking.
I believe the court will need to hear your story and considerably judge.
I know nothing. You will tell everything, or face the worst possible outcome.
You will dry your eyes and testify again. About the identification papers and the precise circumstances under which you came by them.
Crying out loud. The detective and the identification. The Frisbee took him prisoner and kept him for the night at our secret hideout. Even though I didn't think he was a real detective, I was too scared to let him go that day just in case. I took the man's identification from him and shut him in the room next to ours. There might have been a little tussle, but we did him no harm, and the next morning we let him go. He spent the night in a nice room. It was nothing like prison, really. That is a heck of a story.
This is outrageous. You imprisoned the man.
But no, see, no. It was not like a prison. It was a very comfortable and calm and happy. Hey, Capo. It was never part of my plan. I swear it. So you think it wasn't my fault, eh? Just because I got to the date of the ferry wrong by one a little a day. I do not think it was your fault, Peppino, I know. No, per favor, Capo, it is not fair.
You shall have plenty of time for squabbling back at the prison, gentlemen.
Oh, I don't believe this. How could he have been a real detective?
Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination.
So, on the day before the incident, Gregson spent the night confined in this pair's hideout. No, he didn't. I already said the man had a completely different face. The detective and the identification. The truth is, we took him prisoner and kept him for the night at our secret hideout. Oh wait.
Hold it!
Do you realize what you're saying? You have to believe me, I never intended for that to happen. I'm sure the detective did not intend it either. Do you think? But there was nothing else I could do. See, nothing else. This was the first crime for the capo. He was at the end of his wits. I have told you before, Peppino, that is not the way to describe a criminal mastermind. What about this hideout of yours? An old empty house behind the park on Lime Street. We rented the place for 2 days. It was an inspired idea by the capo here.
An impulsive idea, I would say.
Oh, no, not impulsive, inspired. The capo. What am I supposed to say to that, Peppino? It was in the house described that you confined Inspector Gregson, was it? Oui. But you have to remember, I was under the impression that he was a pretender, not a real inspector. That doesn't quite add up, though. If you didn't think the man was a real inspector, there would have been no reason to take him prisoner, would there? You are right, but we couldn't be completely certain. Even though I didn't think he was a real detective, I was too scared to let him go that day just in case. Too scared? Why? Because why had he come to the park? We didn't know. There was a chance that he had seen through my plan. And if that was the case, he would go straight to the police station to blow the whistle on us. Even if he was just feigning to be an inspector, he was up to no good, without a doubt. I think most people would agree that it's you two who are up to no good. Well, see, you may be right. Capo. The point is, we were not able to escape from England immediately. That is why we had no choice but to take the man prisoner. What I don't understand is why the inspector felt the need to show you his identification in the first place. See, I ask myself the same question. We were writing down the names and addresses of all the people who we took 5 shillings from that day. I have forgotten what name he said, but the address startled me. See, address Scotland Yard, Homicide Division, he said. What? He probably didn't like your face, Peppino. Anyway, I was not rude, I just politely asked him why he had said it. And that's when he started to say he was an inspector. Not long afterwards, he took out his identification. What was Inspector Gregson playing at? Tell the court what happened next. So at some point, we need to get them to describe him again. You took him back to your hideout, you said. See, we did. We took the man's identification from him and shut him in the room next to ours.
Hold it!
That being this identification book here, correct? See, that is the one.
What made you believe that it was a forgery?
I never seen a real one, of course, but he was so suspicious, this man. Allora, I was thinking it must be falso. Hey, capo. Oi, it is just as Peppino said, we were convinced it was not genuine. And so together, we hilarious brothers, we took the man captive. All we did was shove him inside a locked room. Then we made preparations to transport all of the money. In for a penny, in for a pound. There might have been a little tussle, but we did him no harm, and the next morning we let him go. What do you mean by a little tussle exactly? Both. It was nothing, just a minor incident. The falso inspector, he was a real piece of the work. Capo! What happened? The fight was a disaster. We gave him a nice room, and what does he do, In the middle of the night, he tries to escape through the ventilatore. Can you blame him? We chased him, the answer, and we caught him again. Can you blame us? Yes. Yes, we absolutely can blame you. Wait, you didn't shoot the man in your haste, did you? Who do you think we are? Of course not. I simply caught hold of him again and took him back to the room. This is a horrifying image, and I'm gonna linger on it for a sec.
Excuse me.
Mr. DeRossi, is something wrong? Hey, me! Something Mr. DeRousseau just said seemed to make you, well, it seemed to make you act even more strangely than usual. What was that all about? Cavolo, at times like that, you don't want to have the capo after you, believe me. And I speak from personal experienza. Personal experience? That is enough, Pepinos. There is no need to say more. The truth is, the night before we put the Red-Headed League plan into action, I was scared. It was not fair to the capo, but I tried to run away. It's a shame you didn't manage it. But the capo here, he came after me like a turbine, huh? And he dragged me back to the house, kicking and screaming. I still have the bruises to prove it, eh, capo?
Bruises, you say?
Wait a second. It's not him? It's him? Well, that could explain the fat lip. Oh, you wanna see my fantastical bruises? That's enough now, Peppino. No one wants to look at any part. No one wants to look at any part of you. What to do? I show you or I don't. I show you or I don't. You do, now. Allora, if everybody wants to see, then I do it. Echo, you see, it's still very visible, eh? That red ring around your neck? You got that when you were dragged back to the house? You see, the capo, sometimes he is a very rough. I said that's enough. Peppino's neck is nothing to do with what we are talking about here. You have my word.
Yes, what is your opinion, Counsel?
About this red ring around Mr. DeRossi's neck, I wonder, does it matter? It's important. Mr. DeRossi, I'm going to have to ask you to amend your testimony with details about that mark on your neck. Hey, capo, you see, everyone is interested in what I say, huh?
Very well, you amend your testimony as requested, Mr. DeRossi.
See, if you really wanted to know. He tried to escape, but the capo put the collar on him and dragged him back like what he did to me, see? I wonder what exactly I have to present here. Like, I'm gonna press on the statement, but the only thing I can think of that I can actually present, since I can't go to the list of people in this, is the autopsy report, which has nothing about this there.
Hold it!
Are you saying that the red mark was caused by... See, a big collar if made from a leather. A leather collar. Is this true, Mr. DeRousseau? What? We had a Saint Bernard at home when I was younger. It is a souvenir from that time with a very strong chain. Strong chain? And you put it around your friend's neck? I'm sorry, I was so angry that he was leaving me alone. You did not have to tie the chain to the leg of the bed, though. I would not have tried to run again. You didn't do that to Inspector Gregson as well, did you? Treat the people equal is the capoeir's motto, eh? It's starting to sound a lot more like a prison all of a sudden. The capo is tough, but the capo is rough. I shouldn't have done it. So, the following morning, when you release the inspector, he had the red ring around his neck, just like me. Peppino, s'il vous plaît, leave it now. No, you know, the capo here, you don't want to tangle with him, eh? But for the inspector is not so bad. I don't know why I'm spamming saves this often, it's really not necessary, but...
Hold it!
We spent the night in a nice room. It was nothing like a prison, really. You took away the man's freedom. However comfortable you make it sound, you were still holding him prisoner. If you say that, then I say this. There is something that takes away our freedom too, the lack of money. So we are the prisoners as well, all of us. Huh? No money, no freedom, this is the truth. It makes me mad, it makes me sad. What can we do? Well, seeking employment is the generally accepted route. If you feel so disenfranchised, take money to court, though it'll cost you, of course. There you have it. You see, that is why we need the Red-Headed League, to fight for the justice. Perhaps he has a point. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. All we did was to give the man a comfortable place to sleep for the night. And you say it was a prison, perhaps he has a point again. No, again, Mr. Naruhodo. You should have done the snoring. But if anyone was disturbed, it was us. Not much to go on, really. Their testimony does make me wonder, you know. About this pocket watch belonging to the inspector, I mean. Ah yes, the one he treasured so much, apparently. If he was confined but not restrained, as the witnesses are implying, he would still have been able to wind up his watch. It's very true, yes. So did Inspector Gregson actually die while he was being held captive by these redheads? In which case, is it possible that these two young men are responsible for Inspector Gregson's... To be honest, I find that hard to believe. Perhaps we should try and find out exactly what happened. Very wise, Mr. Naruhodo, yes. So, I think what we have to present here, and this is actually a justified time to save, is the autopsy report, because frankly, he doesn't have that.
Objection!
Really?
Objection!
Why would I present the photograph? So the day before his body was discovered, Inspector Gregson was taken prisoner while working incognito. No, it was not like that. It was hardly a prison. It was an invitation to stay. It was only... However you describe it, there's one glaring inconsistency that remains.
What inconsistency is this, Counsel?
but ask the court to look closely at this photograph of the victim, Inspector Gregson. You will see that there is no red ring visible around his neck. Yeah, but that makes no sense. It wasn't me who took the collar off of the man in the morning, and I saw the red bruises on his neck, just like I have. Given that the mark is still clearly visible on this witness's neck, we'd expect to see bruising on the victim who was put in the collar more recently than Mr. DeRossi.
Indeed, that is most peculiar.
Well, we have what we tell you, huh? We say this from the beginning, many times. Oui, Peppino is right. The man in the photograph is someone different to the man we held captives at night.
Order, order, order.
It would appear then that on the day before the incident, the man who visited the park on Lime Street posing as an incognito inspector was not Inspector Gregson at all.
Objection!
If that's true, however, how do you explain the inspector's identification? This is a genuine identification book issued by Scotland Yard. It's inconceivable that someone could have stolen such an important item from the inspector. The prosecution made that assertion itself. And we also know that the inspector had made a note about the Red-Headed League in his diary for that day, which surely means we can't divorce the two events completely.
Inconsistency noted by the defense is most troubling. If it were the real Inspector Gregson whom these two red-headed gentlemen encountered, the fact that no bruising can be seen around his neck defies explanation.
Equally, if they actually encountered an imposter, how did that person come to be in possession of the real inspector's identification? Why don't we ask that person?
Does the defense have some plausible explanation, counsel?
The whole thing defies explanation. It is for precisely these occasions that we keep meticulous notes in the court record, Mr. Naruhodo, because those are the facts, and the facts cannot lie. No, the facts can't lie, even when they point to something so incredible it's almost unbelievable. Well, my lord, the true identity of the person who turned up in the park for the Red-Headed League's enrollment was revealed by information in the court record, I believe.
Good gracious.
Very tantalizing, Mr. Naruhodo. So why don't you help us all see whatever truth it is that you've apparently seen? Who exactly was this inspector that appeared before Mr. DeRusso and Mr. DeRossi? Though it seems incredible, I admit, the undeniable facts point to only one thing. Since no bruising can be seen on the victim's neck, the person who these two red-headed men took prisoner that day cannot have been Inspector Gregson. In other words, your whole argument up to now has been a waste of time.
Objection!
On the contrary, I haven't finished. What? There's no bruising on the victim's neck, so the question immediately posed next is, who exactly was this man in the park on Lime Street found to be carrying Inspector Gregson's identification? See, that's alright, we tell the same story every time. Whoever this man was, the capo dragged him from a pillar to a post with the dog collar. Mon Dieu, Peppino, I was not so harsh as you say, eh? So what was that a falso inspector, eh? Who was he? Clearly, the defense has an idea about that. About the true identity of the man these two imprisoned that night.
I must ask the counsel for the defense to elaborate post-haste. Who did the witnesses in the encounter in the park posing as Inspector Gregson? Goodness me, isn't that...
One of the witnesses who was in the stand this very courtroom earlier today. A nameless man whose only occupation appears to be peddling hearsay to passers-by.
Objection!
What on earth would a street seller be doing with a police inspector's identification papers? You're gonna have to ask him. Witnesses, is this the man or not? What happened to his lip? Huh? See, this man is not for the Red-Headed League, eh? He is looking for the Twisted Lip League, no? Perhaps rather than making such a rash claim next time, you should bite your lip instead. It seems improbable, yes, but one undeniable fact remains. During his testimony earlier, I noted something around the man's neck, a red ring of bruising. Eh? What? The defense demands that Mr. Gossip be brought back to the stand.
Order, order, bailiff. Bring the aforementioned witness back into the courtroom immediately. Well, I never. An undeniable ring of bruising indeed, and identical to that of the witness beside him.
Now, what's going on here, eh? I've always had this to me. It's a birthmark, isn't it? A birthmark, you say? I assume the reason you've been recalled to the stand has been explained to you? Somewhat about an inspector again. Later, Rafkin. Thanks for the hydrate, Lastborn. I'm telling you, you've got it all wrong as usual. You're denying all knowledge of it. Well, of course I am. Are you trying to kill me with all this nonsense, eh? Well, at least you'll have more stories to peddle back on Fresno Street, won't you? If you ever make it back there. Now, we're going to need you to testify again. And you, Mr. De Rousseau and Mr. De Rossi, I'm sure you'll cooperate, won't you? Do we have any choice? We are in a big trouble, eh, capo?
That's quite enough dilatory chatter. Proceed with your testimony.
The inspector and the identification revisited. The man who claimed to be inspector that day was definitely not this man. He's right, see, you think we would forget those grand lips, huh? I'll never leave Fresno Street, alright? I have no interest in any Red-Headed League. I'm all alone in the world, me. I've no kinfolk or nothing. Why would I be involved in something like that? Just look at me, eh? Does it look like I could carry off at this guys with a face like this?
It would certainly appear that we have the wrong man.
What have I been telling you, huh? There was no need for this pointless testimony. That's right, I'm just a simple peddler, remember? Fresno Street's all I know. How would I have come by a police inspector's identification book, eh? Well, yes, that's hard to explain, but...
Brief cross-examination, I think, counsel. Very brief.
Isn't there anyone in this courtroom who thinks I might be onto something? I do, Ryu. And so does Susie. I stand steadfastly at your side as always, Mr. Naruhodo. I also provide alliteration. I mean, Kazuma believes us. But it doesn't help how weirdly he's screwing this trial just to try and trap us somewhere. Okay, let's slip in a save and get to pressing. The man who claimed to be an inspector that day was definitely not this man.
Hold it!
So you say, but how can you be quite so certain? There is no need to hurt your hands on the desk, monsieur. Surely the reason is obvious, no? Because I have never before seen lips like this. Nevertheless, there's a clear red marker on Mr. Gossip's neck. It looks very much like that left behind on the neck of your colleague by your prized collar. Mon Dieu, with your words, it is like you try to wring my neck. It doesn't look very much like my neck, though, eh? No, this is a birthmark, lad. The biggest lips in London and a neck to die for, eh? They broke the mold when they made me. For the first time in my life, I feel lucky to have been born with red hair. I thought being Japanese made you stand out in London. So you maintain that you've never seen this man before. Oui, sir, I swear to it by the flames of my head. So fierce pride has outgrown the frustration with your hair now, has it? Is it right, see, you think we would have forget these grand lips, huh?
Hold it!
Well, yes, I don't imagine I'll forget those lips in a hurry either. That is what I am saying. For some reason, it makes me eat how did want to eat how did Fabian call it an eclair. Okay, hang on. What if that's not even just a fat lip? What if that's a facial prosthesis? Like, what if that is just a fake mouth that he's tacked on there? Because if you look at the hair, it starts to be noticeable. You know, I've never seen the hair as black as yours before either. Likewise, I'd never seen red hair like yours until I came to Britain. See, maybe it's a national trait, huh? Maybe all of the people from this man's country have the grand lips. No, lad, I was born right here on Fresno Street and I've never left. That is the problem, sir. See? So you definitely don't go to the park on Lime Street. Didn't go to the park on Lime Street that day, Mr. Gossip. You know how many times you want me to say it, eh? I never leave Fresno Street, alright? I've no interest in getting great out of the league.
Hold it!
So, you'd heard of the Red-Headed League, had you? You don't get a name like Gossip for nothing, eh? It's my business to know what's going on in town. I sold that tasty tidbit to a fair few redheads that came past me. Just between us, I even got Sandwich to cough up for it. Well, he does have a very red nose, if that counts. Who knows? But as you can see, my own has not got a hint of red in it. And in any case, Fresno Street's my patch. You won't catch me sliding off to some other part of town No, sir, not likely.
Excuse me.
Mr. DeRusso. Oui. Can I help you? Did Mr. Gossip's words just now lead you to remember something relevant, perhaps? It was the other day when I was looking for a place near the park, a small house or something. To be the headquarters of your Red-Headed League, yes. I visited an housing agent on Lime Street and there I saw him. This man was paying money to the agent. What? Mr. Gossip with a housing agent? Wait, he had some kind of contract in his hand and they were clearly discussing terms. But no, you're mistaken, chum. I've never left Fresno Street, mate, like I said before. You've mistaken me for someone else, someone with the same face. No, the capo is right, I remember it at all. He was paying the man with the banknotes. With notes? Like I said, that wasn't me. I was curious why this man with the dirty clothes had so much money. So I look at the name on the papers. And what name was written, Mr. Gossip? No, this man he lies. He tells you that he has no name. But in fact his name is Hugh Boone, huh? Is better than Mr. Gossip's, I think, see? No. I'm a peddler of tidbits and information, like I said, on Fresno Street, and that's that. I don't much like folks talking about my personal life.
Indeed. And it is not the intention of the court to invade the privacy of witnesses. Very well, I shall respect your wishes, sir. The aforementioned names shall be redacted from all court records of this trial, assuming no objections.
I'm sorry, my lord, but the defense does object. Because the name just mentioned has a very deep significance to this case.
Good gracious, do you similarly object, Prosecutor Sergey?
As it happens, my lord, that particular name has already been mentioned during today's proceedings.
Never. In what capacity?
Hugh Boone, the name of the leaseholder of the room. Let me put this very simply. The victim's body was discovered in your rented room. I suggest, sir, that you start talking. Well, alright. I suppose that might be the case, eh? So your real name is Hugh Boone? It's just between us, I don't like to blow my own trumpet, but there's no finer peddler of tidbits in town. So I happen to be able to afford a grubby little room in a fallen down back street townhouse.
You do?
And once every 6 months I go and pay the rent to the agent on Lime Street. Oh, I'll remember it now. There were 2 vulgar redheads in there last time. Hey, if either of us is vulgar, it is not me. Think again, Peppino. Why didn't you bring this up before? It's like I told you before already. I don't like talking about my personal life. I'm a tidbit peddler as far as everyone else is concerned. No fuss. I am so sorry again for this voice. This is one of the worst voices I've done this entire playthrough. And that's including all of the ones that could be arguably considered racially offensive. And I don't mean any racial offense, I'm just really bad at doing voices, okay?
Who will update your testimony to include the surprising revelation, Mr. Boone?
If I must. So the leaseholder Scotland Yard has been looking for since the body was discovered has been here under our noses all along. It doesn't really work though, like there's nothing in that room. Like, why would he be renting that room if he wasn't using it to stay in? It is completely empty and hasn't been lived in a long time based on the look of it.
Hold it!
So, you live in that room presumably, do you? No, I don't live there. What do you think? There's no bed in there, just a desk. Why would you want to rent it? Well, I don't think I should have to say, really. And how about the notice board in there? Which was covered from top to bottom in confidential documents only the police should have had access to. No, that board's not mine. The inspector must have brought it along. It's only the other bits and bobs that belong to me, the desk and chair and all that. That's not possible. You did not describe him bringing that in. People don't generally carry enormous notice boards around with them. The real question is, why was Inspector Gregson killed there in your room? Well, obviously, I've not the faintest idea. I mean, it's causing me no end of bother, to be honest. It seems to me that Mr. Boone, would rather as little is known about his room as possible for some reason. It does come across that way, and more importantly, knowing that the scene of the crime is actually his room completely changes things. In particular, there's one part of his testimony that's really bothering me. That's how I'm finally gonna undo this, man. I'm all alone in the world, me, I've no kinfolk or nothing. Why would I be involved in something like that? You mean you have no family? No, none at all. Oh! Duh. Okay, I know what to do now. So I spend my days on Fresno Street peddling tidbits to passers-by. Hoping just between us this is, that eventually someone else's lips like mine will come along. I don't think so. You may be right. Anyway, that mark on your neck is just too much of a coincidence for us to ignore. Well, what's a fella to do then, eh? If you don't believe me, we're at an impasse. And there's nothing I can do but fit with it. It's like I'm not going to get anywhere here unless I can produce some proof. It's okay, we have the proof. You're basically saying I got dressed up and posed as some fancy inspector, aren't you? Well, it's beyond me how you think I could do that. Just look at me, eh? Does it look like I could carry off a disguise with a face like this?
Hold it!
Maybe you could, say, with a mustache or a beard to cover up that lip. Aye, perhaps. But if I was going to stick some fake facial hair on to cover up this fine specimen, I'd end up looking like his lordship over there, wouldn't I?
Pardon. I assure you, my lips are entirely unremarkable. and I would ask you not to cast such scrutinizing looks in my direction, Counsel.
Oh, sorry, my lord. My imagination got the better of me there. Inspector Gregson did wear a mustache, of course. You're right, he did, so perhaps he was hiding something himself? He could barely have hidden a crumb in a mustache of that size. And anyways, the detective we spoke with had no facial hair at all. See, the capo is alright, he was a clean shaven.
It certainly seems beyond the realms of possibility that this witness could have disguised himself as the victim.
I does and it is. That's the extent of their testimony, is it? What's your feeling, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, what Mr. Boone says is undeniable. It would be all but impossible to hide those lips with any form of disguise. Perhaps, yes, but nevertheless, the mark around his neck is equally undeniable. And it's identical to the one that Mr. DeRossi suffered. Yes, that's true. Why does this whole disguise idea just keep playing on my mind? Because he's wearing a disguise now. Okay, I'm pretty sure we have to present on this message now that we've unlocked the previous one. And the thing we present
Objection!
is the photograph that we found in that room. If you have no kinfolk, as you put it, then explain why it is that among the sparse furnishings we found this photograph in the room. I presume, as you've been renting the room, that this photograph belongs to you, does it not? Well... Mr. Boone, drop the pretense and tell the court exactly who you really are. You are Mr. Daily Vigil. And that is a heck of a facial prosthesis that you're packing there. I don't know what you mean. I'm a peddler. I keep telling you so. You really don't need to bother with me. Please, just leave it alone. As the man says, leave it alone. Whatever the truth is about this man's life, it has no bearing on this case. It has pretty extensive bearing, actually. Because it is simply not possible that he impersonated Inspector Gregson. How can you be so sure? Just look at the man. No amount of disguise could ever hide those unmissable features.
Objection!
But what if we were to look at this the other way around? What do you mean?
Yes, Counsel, what do you mean?
Well, there's no denying that Mr. Boone's lip is very prominent indeed. But consider the possibility that his prominent lip is itself part of an elaborate disguise. Then hiding that prominent feature, in other words, revealing his true face, would make an utterly impenetrable disguise. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Hugh Boone?
Witness, are you still hiding the truth from this court?
If that's a disguise, then underneath it, his true identity must be... Yes, that's right. There's really only one person he could really be. My lord, the defense believes it can reveal Mr. Boone's true identity to the court.
No, please, no. Very well then, Counsel. What is the true identity of this peddler who goes simply by the name of Gossip on the street?
I'm going to save, but I am very confident in my conclusion. I've been this confident before and been wrong, so...
Take that!
The real name is actually Mr. Vigil, isn't it? Mr. Daily Vigil.
Yeah. I don't recall that name, Counsel. Who is this Mr. Vigil?
It's a name I encountered yesterday, my lord. There are like max 30 people in London, and I've met practically all of them at this point. It has to do with a certain client of Mr. Herlock Sholmes. A young gentlewoman came to the detective asking him to help locate her missing husband. The woman in this photograph, in fact, this is Mrs. Vigil. What? From what I understand, you haven't returned home since the night before the inspector was found dead. But of course, on that night, you were being held captive by the two Red-Headed League men. And last night, you were put up by the prosecution service in preparation for testifying in this trial. Because we'd been led to believe that you, Miss Venus, and Mr. Sandwich were all homeless. Being important witnesses in this case, we needed to know where we could find you, of course. And that explains why you've not only been unable to return home, but also unable to contact your wife, who's been beside herself with worry, waiting for you at the Vigil residence. Now, just you hold on a minute. I don't have the first idea what I'm talking about. Really? Simple enough matter to confirm my suspicions. All we have to do is pull off that disguise.
Now, please. Both bring soap, a sponge, and a washbowl at once. Mr. de Rousseau and Mr. de Rossi, you are...
That's not how this should even remotely work. Huh?
Oui, my lord.
See, my lord.
Oh. No, stop. Get off.
They have bailiffs for this. Don't. They couldn't make the nose work in the disguise.
Oh, we're now seeing your true features, I presume.
Lift your head, sir, so the court can see your face.
It would appear that the defense counsel's assertion was entirely correct. This has all been a very elaborate deception. So, witnesses, tell the court, have you seen this man before?
I don't believe it, but... See, there is no question. This is the inspector we saw in the park.
Extraordinary.
On the day of the Red-Headed League enrollment, the man claiming to be Inspector Gregson, who appeared before Mr. de Rousseau and Mr. de Rossi in the park, was you, Cosima, don't steal my thunder. I'm the one who revealed this. If you don't want to reveal stuff that you most likely knew before the outset, at this point, then why do you get to take credit for it? So you disguised as the inspector, or rather, was you posing as the inspector in no disguise at all? Mr. Vigil was formerly employed as the chief warder at Barclay Prison.
The chief warder? And your career had promise. Why would you quite possibly could have become the future governor? You would quite possibly have become the future governor of the prison. What on earth have you been doing peddling tittle-tattle on Fresno Street?
Well, it's been 10 years since Mr. Vigil worked at the prison. 10 years? I'm really dreadfully sorry about all this. Yes, it's true. I'm Daily Vigil. And you were the chief warder at Barclay Prison 10 years ago? So where did Mr. Hugh Boone come from? Boone is the other me. It's a name I invented.
Well, evidently there's a great deal under the surface here.
I'll explain everything. I'll tell you just how wretched my life has become. As you say, it was 10 years ago now that my employment as Barclay's chief warder came to an end. Having left the prison service, I searched for some new occupation by which to earn a wage. But times were hard in London, and I found no suitable engagements at all. In desperation, one day, I turned my hand at selling wares on Fresno Street. But your wife appears to know nothing of this. She still maintains that you are the chief warder at Barclay Prison. I was utterly determined that my wife should not know of my failings, which is why I've never told her. I opened an account at the bank under the name of Hugh Boone, and I rented the cheapest room I could find on Fresno Street. Scene of the very crime we're investigating. Yes, that's right. A place from which I could emerge every morning at 8 as a squalid peddler, and transform myself back every evening at 5 into a well-dressed man about town before returning home. That quickly became my daily routine. I was puzzled by the lack of furniture in the room. That explains it. Why on earth didn't you just tell us this in the first place? I have a wife, sir, and 2 sons. And without wishing to sound self-conceited, they regard me with some pride. I couldn't bring myself to disappoint them. So instead you decided to conceal your occupation from them. Yes. I've made such a terrible mess of everything. Still, one thing doesn't add up. No matter how many tidbits of information you could sell the passing gentleman, even at 6 pence apiece, you couldn't hope to match the salary you must have commanded as chief warder at the prison.
Very true. You have kept your family in comfort despite 10 years of somewhat misbegotten employment.
That was all thanks to Inspector Gregson. What? Inspector Gregson? What on earth? It was some years after I'd invented Boone and begun my life as a street seller. The inspector, that is, recognized me one day.
You mean to say the victim was an acquaintance of yours?
I knew him from my time working at the prison. When he saw what I'd become, he was deeply troubled for me and my family. And from that day forward, he visited me on Fresno Street with increasing regularity. Then one day, he asked me if I would carry out a secret assignment for him. A secret? What was it?
I was to impersonate the inspector.
What? Impersonate him?
We always met in that little room so the inspector could brief me. Visit Orcses tomorrow and take a statement from the proprietress. There was always something along those lines. Surveillance work, interviewing people. On those occasions, he would lend me his identification so people would believe who I was. And my instructions were to make an impression, to let people know that Inspector Gregson had been at work. And for those services, he compensated me financially. Scotland Yard Inspector willingly relinquished his identification to your care, with intent to deceive. As I'm sure I need not point out, is a very serious criminal offence.
But why? What was the point of you impersonating him?
I truthfully do not know. All I can say is that the inspector warned me on numerous occasions. Now remember, Vigil, I need your solemn word. You don't blab about this to anyone, alright? Ever. Even if I end up a croaker. In time, he started to bring papers with him to the room as well. Became something of a second office for him.
So, in fact, the person who declared himself to be Inspector Gregson at the park on Lime Street was really...
Yes, it was me, acting on the inspector's orders. As usual, I removed my boon disguise, and then went as instructed to the park, armed with the inspector's identification book. It never occurred to me that the bruise on my neck might give me away.
Okay, but now we have to bring this back to the case and explain why this means that our client shouldn't be found guilty, at least not yet. Well, it would seem this confession completely destroys the defense's case. Not really, no. There's still an unspecified period of time between the end of their last interaction and the start of this one.
Explain yourself, Prosecutor Sogi.
My learned friend's assertion was as follows. The victim was killed at another location on the day before his corpse was discovered. At the hands of these two red-headed League men when they imprisoned the inspector. You're putting words in my mouth.
But no, that can't be. After all, it wasn't the inspector who went to the park that day, it was me.
Oh, goodness.
Finally, we have clarity. We had nothing to do with the murder of the inspector.
And merci, Monsieur de la Défense, for proving it.
Order.
Well, now what we need is for the man to testify about his last meeting with the inspector. It's pretty obviously the most valuable thing he could do at the moment for us.
Indeed, it would appear we have reached a de facto conclusion of sorts. These witnesses had no involvement in the murder of a victim, as proven somewhat ironically by the defense.
No, that's fine. We didn't need them to be the murderers. We just needed to stop having things hidden from us.
I hereby call an end to the cross-examination.
Hold it!
Pardon me, my lord, but with your permission, I would like to pose one further question to the witness. Kazuma.
What question, counsel?
It concerns the events of 10 years ago. I believe you would have been present at a very significant execution that was carried out at the time. 10 years ago, the execution of the professor, Genshin Asogi. I want to know exactly what your involvement was. I feel like we should object here. Calls for relevance. Oh. Answer me, man. Kazuma, as much as you might not like it, this courtroom isn't a place for your personal vendettas to be carried out.
One moment, counsel. Is this related to the current case?
Naturally. It is the prosecution's belief that this case and the events of 10 years ago are inextricably linked.
Does the defense concur, counsel?
Kazuma, you're not yourself. You're not as calm and collected as usual. Kazuma-sama, no wonder he's acting this way. Mr. Vigil's memories of what happened 10 years ago would tell the tale of Genshin Asogi's last moments, his own father. I know, I do understand that, but even so... Prosecutor Asogi, you genuinely believe that this question requires an answer in order to learn the truth behind Inspector Gregson's death? I need you to trust me, please. That's really hard to do given how you're acting, Kazuma. I gotta be real with you here. Very well, and the defense has no objection.
I see. In that case, you will answer the question, witness.
The truth is, I remember very little of that time. You've forgotten? I'm sorry to say, yes. As I said, I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago. That's a lie, but for some peculiar reason, my memory of the events leading up to that moment is extremely hazy. Does that not strike you as strange, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, it does. In fact, it contradicts evidence that we have at hand. Sorry? Well, 10 years is a long time, but to have forgotten the reason why he left such an important job... Yes, you're right. And not only that, Mr. Vigil's claim contradicts what we already know. The human spirit is a fragile thing that's broken all too easily, which is why we have a tendency to wrap it up for protection. Sorry, the human spirit? I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean. When we experience pain and suffering that we feel unable to bear, we block it out, obliterate it from our memories, seal it away. But it never truly leaves us. If the seal is broken, the memories resurface. And when they do, that fragile spirit may finally be crushed. But I really don't... Kazuma-sama. But if it must be crushed, then so be it, because the truth will not stay buried. It's coming out, one way or another. Right, now I understand. It's clear what his intentions are. He means to expose the truth at any cost. Perhaps if I pointed out the contradiction in what Mr. Vigil claimed earlier. Susato, don't mourn him. He's chosen to put his own neck on the line. It might cause some crucial memories to return to him. But should I? Should I present the evidence or not? No, true enough. I'm going to press the wrong one, by the way. True enough, Ryu is... not one to leave a mystery hidden, and the mystery of how the Reaper almost, or how the Professor almost escaped, and who actually killed him in the end, is too tantalizing to leave behind. Even if we just do it so our client can have some answers. Because I can't imagine that he would hesitate to want to know. That said, I'm going to click leave it first. If it could genuinely crush the man's spirit, I can't be responsible for that. I don't have the right. Kazuma-sama won't rest until he knows. And this is a court of law, where nothing is more sacred than the pursuit of the truth. Susato sounds right. I knew the risks when I took the decision to fight this trial. Whatever the consequences, I can't shy away from my responsibility now. Mr. Vigil, I'd like you to look at this. No idea how this is going to go. This is a court of law, and I have a duty to pursue the truth. Mr. Vigil, I'd like you to look at this. Evidence that clearly contradicts your version of events.
Take that!
Just a few moments ago, you made the following statement. I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago. Oh, well, yes. In other words, you claim to have left the post of Chief Warder of your own volition. Well, yes, of course. Why? Tell me. You remember seeing this document before? No, I don't. This is a dismissal notice ordering the immediate termination of a prison staff member's employment. A dismissal notice? And the name on the notice is yours, Mr. Vigil. What? It's mine? So you didn't resign from the prison service at all. For some reason, you were dismissed as Chief Warder from Barclay. No, there's been some mistake. I'm sure I tendered my resignation. This dismissal notice is nonsense. Isn't it? If you were forcibly dismissed, there must have been good reason. Clearly, you did something. Mr. Vigil, it's time to break the seal and have you remember. So, genuinely though, what the heck is up with his hand? Why is he slamming it like this? Instead of like this? Like, Ryu knows how to slam the desk. He knows 2 ways to do it. So he does 2 hands or he does 1 fist. But this isn't going to produce a satisfying sound. All of the force you're getting is from basically a floppy little pinky. It's much better if you've got the whole fist stabilizing itself to give a broad surface. His hand is going to bug me so much. According to the few remaining records, the final execution that you supervised was on 17th June, 10 years ago. And on that day, something very serious took place at Barclay Prison. 17th of June. Was that the professor's execution? Professor. As you were the chief warder at the time, it stands to reason that you would have been present throughout the proceedings. It does sound familiar. And yet, that execution never took place. The convict, ostensibly executed earlier that day, later re-emerged from his grave. The convict came back to life. In the cemetery, in the middle of the night, there was a witness. However, the witness claims that a moment after he saw the convict clambering out of his grave, a gunshot rang out from over his shoulder, and the bullet pierced the professor's chest, killing him instantly. Those may have been the professor's actual last moments. Yes. Seeing as you were in charge of overseeing executions at the time, you must know the truth about what really happened. It's in your head, somewhere deep down. Well, Chief Warder Daily Vigil, I know there are memories in your head that can explain what happened on 17th June, 10 years ago. And now it's time for you to drag them up. Mr. Vigil? Yes, the whole prison. It was complete chaos. The prisoner escaped. He was killed in the cemetery. Shocking news ripped through Barclay like a hurricane. What?
Order, order, order. Do you mean to say, Mr. Vigil, that your memories of the time have returned?
My head, it's like some floodgates have been opened. The images, the screens. Oh my goodness. The papers. There were reports, articles about a man who'd seen a ghost. Yes, Enoch Drebber.
But surely those reports were exaggerated.
There were traces at the scene. Traces of what? In Lowgate Cemetery at plot number 139. Blood. Lots of blood. That's where the man was buried, of course. Obviously, something terrible had happened there.
The depths of conspiracy and depravity from which this tale is emerging are quite staggering.
I've reviewed the police records from that time extensively. A thorough investigation was conducted by Scotland Yard to ascertain how the convict managed to escape in the first place. And the conclusion reached by the investigating team was that a member of the prison staff must have been involved.
Are you suggesting that a prison warder abetted the man's bid for freedom?
Yes, and I was suspected of doing it. Of using that mass murderer's execution as a way to help him escape. You did what? I remember now. The horror of it all is coming back to me. One evening, a few days after the execution, some detectives came to the prison. I was called to the governor's office at the top of the watchtower. I'm sorry, Dale. This is serious business, but I cannot help you now. No. As Chief Warder, you were responsible for overseeing the execution, the foray. Well, it seems that the fellows at Scotland Yard want to have a few wee words with you about it. You'd better pack your things, laddie. You're to attend in person. As soon as he told me that, my mind just went completely blank. And the next thing I knew, The Professor, the most hated killer in our country's history. And I let him escape and finished my life. It's over. That's a better thing.
Horror. Bailiff, fetch a doctor at once. Court is adjourned for today with immediate effect.
So, with Mr. Vigil's collapse, proceedings came to an abrupt end for the day.
The thing is, I have to point this out. It would be pretty natural to question why that would bring proceedings to an end, why we wouldn't proceed with the trial. But it does make sense when you realize that Mr. Vigil is the last person we know of now to have spoken to Inspector Gregson alive. And he absolutely has to testify about that event. Like, there is no way that we go without hearing his testimony on that regard. So, yeah. I didn't know this was so squeaky. So with that in mind, it is totally reasonable that they would suspend proceedings for the day if the man could not physically testify any further.
Once again overshadowed by the legacy of that notorious killer, appearing like a cursed ghost ship on a foggy ocean. Lord Van Zeeks, Mr. Vigil, Cosima, and Gregson. All of them bound by invisible chains anchored to the same wreckage in the murky depths of the past. But the miraculous light that had been trying to cut through the gloom and shine on those tragic events was playing on the edges of the truth at last.
I'm wondering here. Hang on, let me see how long we've actually been going. Four and a half hours. On the one hand, I could consider keeping this going for one more section. But on the other hand, I haven't had dinner yet, and it's 9:30. I think we might call it there. It's kind of a good cliffhanger anyway. Go back into our investigation outfits. And I will free myself from that version of Mr. Sholmes. Alright, I vaguely remember that outfit from, I want to say, when we arrived in England? So this is how they made the shift from Phoenix Wright to Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Concept art, we've got a chibi form, and the various symbols that he wears. Susato. That is an old concept art. I'm really surprised that we don't see a transition from Maya Fey to her. Wait, she has a backpack with a little bear? That's adorable. Does she still have that? She's got the straps, but I honestly don't think we've ever seen her from behind. Oh, and it's different now, it looks like. Maybe. It's really hard to tell. It took me a second to realize what I was looking at. Oh my, that is a drastically different outfit. As is that. Yeah, her appearance changed a lot. Someone just had fun making that. Huh. I wonder if he was originally... I wonder if Inspector Hosanaga's form originated from that visual. With the glasses. Lord Van Zeeks. Oh my. It's the prince from The Last Unicorn. Oh, I see. There are descriptions on every single one of them. Mr. Mikotoba. Prosecutor Ouchie. I can't even remember if we met this guy. I think he might have been in the first case only. This guy was in the first case. Inside. Hi, Wakahai. Oh wait, we met that guy as a juror previously? I didn't even remember it. Gyarados. Gina, hi. Lord Strongheart. Edgar Benedict. From that first case. I wonder. How long does it take to do one of these? Maybe we'll try and slip one in real quick. You know what? Let's sneak one of these in. Oh, interesting. So... Huh, I wonder if the stuff unlocked... I wonder if the escapades are unlocked by completing, like, the first game or something, since they include spoilers for its story. You know what? Let's just see how it goes. We'll jump down a little ways to put in a... Well, if we have to put in a save at some point. Also, quick bathroom break. After I get to a part with music, I think. November 22nd, 3:08 p.m., Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendants, Antechamber 5. Okay, so I'm gonna let y'all chill while I take a quick bathroom break. Alright, I am back. Just look at my priceless treasures now. Myself I have scrubbed and scrubbed, but the repellent odor of meat will never be repelled from its resplendent surface again.
Well, you have it back in your possession at least. You should be grateful, old man.
How dare you? Excuse me, but I'd just like to get at that Zabaton cushion there if I could. Rest assured, you miserable military malefactor, this is not over. Incarceration awaits those who would defraud a senior citizen for his priceless treasures.
Watch your tongue, old man. Mark my words, I won't.
Sorry, Sergeant, but could I just get at the Zabaton cushion over there as well?
Oh. I won't go to jail, never. Imagine if I did. The very next day, my boy would starve without the chain of command in place to provide for him.
Using the child to protect yourself. Myself, I call that absolute cowardice.
Oh, really? And just who employed the old, poor, defenseless senior citizen tactic? The only way to fight an enemy who's using underhanded tactics is with a tit-for-tat strategy.
Sorry to interrupt again, but I just need to get at that Western-style cushion over there on the sofa.
Enough of this insubordination. What do you want, man?
Oh, please, don't mind me. Do my eyes deceive me, or is this the wide-eyed criminal from the trial before? Wide-eyed, perhaps, but criminal, no. What is this unhealthy fascination you exhibit with the seating arrangements of others, Why were you peering under the cushion of this upholstered seat? Oh, well, the thing is... Any luck? Did you find it? No, sadly not. I don't think it's here, Kazuma. You really are a Dude, that's so rude. You really are a liability, Ryu.
Report at once. Have you lost something? Is that it?
Yes, we were just on our way to a party to celebrate my friend's victory here when... I realized that my university pin badge was missing. University pin badge, you say? Yes, from my collar here, you see?
Affirmative. Uniforms must be kept in prime condition at all times. A missing badge is unacceptable.
Not if I looked around for it, it would probably turn up somewhere. Like the old tale of the Koban coin and the stake. Terrible of which I am acutely aware. But I've exhausted my search now, really. The only logical conclusion is that someone must have stolen it.
Don't look at me. I don't just find any old metal objects irresistible, you know.
Imagine what would happen if little Trooper Ado here swallowed something like that. I'm afraid we'll have to give up, Ryu. Still, if you tell the officer your student number, they should be able to issue you with a new one. What's the matter? Don't tell me. I don't remember my student number. That's what I have the badge for. Yes, I don't remember my student number. I don't believe it. I mean, this is the second time you've lost your badge, isn't it? Third, actually. If you didn't think that you could remember it, you should have made a note of it somewhere. It's on the back of my badge. I told you that until I was blue in the face the last time this happened. Ah, yes, I do seem to remember someone telling me something along those lines. It was you, was it? I can't even remember who told you that you needed to remember it. Student numbers are 6 digits, Kazuma. Who could remember 6 whole digits? Yume isn't exactly a long-established university, you know. All of our numbers are still rather low. In fact, they only use the last 3 digits. Well, that might help, I suppose. That might help? Ryu, it's only 3 digits you need to remember. Just 3. Sorry, my brain is such a disappointment. Yes, well, anyway, young man, myself, I was greatly impressed with you in the courtroom today. Oh? You mean me? Lawyer already, before you even graduated, and such a loyal friend to this one... This one? What's that supposed to mean? Oh no, I still have much to learn. In fact, that was brought home to me in no uncertain terms only last year. My Achilles heel was spectacularly exposed by my best friend here. Indeed? What, by me? This is the first I've heard about it. Yes, by Ryunosuke Naruhodo. You can't have forgotten, surely. It was last summer, at the speech contest. Speech contest? Oh, that. Contestants had to take the stage and deliver a public address on any subject they chose. We were competing to give the most compelling and powerful speech. And yours was great. It made a huge impression on the audience. Obviously, since I was a budding student of law, I was determined to win. And sure enough, one by one, my opposition fell. When I reached the final at last, I came up against you. Yes, so you did. Not being rude, but when I first laid eyes on you, I thought to myself, you're going to be rude now, aren't you? This cheeky, wide-eyed no-hoper is out of his depth. He's going to be a pushover. That's your version of not being rude, is it? Well, I paid for my complacency because it brought on that humiliating defeat.
Defeat? How are your ranks compromised?
My speech was going very well. I had the audience in the palm of my hand. They hung on my every word. And then, when I came to the very last line... Yes, what happened at the very last line? It was supposed to be a climactic end. Unfortunately, I completely fouled it up. Never!
You mean you stumbled on your words?
Spectacularly. Even now, I can't believe I ruined it.
Oh, what on earth did you say, man?
Ryunosuke, you'd better say it. I still can't get my tongue around it. Sure, of course, I can still recall it perfectly. What you said at the end of your speech, or rather, what you intended to say at the end of your speech, was this. So arise, ladies and gentlemen, and applaud our forefathers' plight and the fight for filial piety.
And what went wrong?
What indeed? Myself, I see no problem with the pronunciation of these paltry words. In that case, old man, I invite you to say it yourself. Very well then, I shall. So arise, ladies and gentlemen, and applaud our forefathers' plight and the flight for filial plight. It's impossible! The arise, ladies and gentlemen part I delivered perfectly. But the next part had me floundering for a whole 5 minutes. So his Achilles heel is that he overcomplicates things. At the end of it, I was on my knees in front of the podium, a blabbering mess. That's when the audience started to heckle you. Arise, arise, they were shouting. Hell on earth. Then, of course, this man went and delivered his word-perfect speech with a perfect ending. How did it go again? Let me see. So, my dear fellows, the message is simple. Treat your father and mother with respect. Something like that? I mean, talk about stating the obvious, but the fact is, I lost to that speech. Tongue-tied is the only way to describe it. Well, it is quite tricky to say, I agree. The final fight for filial piety, especially. Ever since that day, I've had this question whirling around in my head. Why did our forefathers choose such an awkward phrase? Was it to mock their children? I mean, it should never have been called filial piety in the first place. In the first place. At least you're going to Great Britain soon. It might not come up much there. I have no idea what the heck filial piety means. The virtue of exhibiting love and respect for one's parents, elders, and ancestors, particularly within the context of Confucian, Chinese, Buddhist, and Taoist ethics. So, the exact same thing, but said simpler. Having lost that accursed contest, I came after you to ask you a question. How is it that you never trip up on your words, I inquired. And you just gave me a broad smile and said, speaking fast is my hobby. I mean, really? What kind of hobby is that? You think you could take your hand off your sword? Besides, it's just a way to pass the time. After that, you started talking at me 10 to the dozen, like you were possessed almost. Honestly, you can't imagine the shock I suffered that day. You really can't. You're right, I really can't.
Speaking fast is just the sort of hobby I'd expect a civilian like you to waste his time on.
Well, you have to practice, of course. But there are some simple things to start with. Like this famous one, for example. Swift samurai sword swipe silently sideways. Ah, yes, even a decrepit tongue and an ailing frame such as mine can find its way around that one. I've no doubt. It's just a bit of fun, really. I can't imagine anyone would struggle to say it. Isn't that right, Kazuma? Swift samurai Ah! A blabbering mess by word, too.
It's not just the samurai. Every good soldier needs to be able to handle a sword. That's why I've been busy teaching Ado the finer points of swordplay. None of this wordplay nonsense, Private.
Come to think of it, not long after that we started to attend lectures together, didn't we? We got into that debate about family values at the Sukiyaki place on campus, do you remember? Yes, your argument was full of jokes and puns and wordplay as usual. I remember it well. Oh, was it? In any case, I swore that I would never let myself forget the shock you gave me back then. As a symbol of how seriously I took that oath, I decided to wear this. My red Hakimaki headband. Sorry, Kazuma. Yes? You've lost me there, I'm afraid. I don't see the link. What does your red headband have to do with your oath? Because it will always remind me of that smug look on your face as you uttered those tantalizing words. What words? You mean another tongue twister? Practiced and practiced until my tongue bled, but in the end I mastered it. Mastered what? I think it's time you heard this, actually. Listen carefully now. Here goes. Red headband, lead headband, dead headband. There, word perfect, see? I'd actually been meaning to ask you about that. About the story behind your headband, I mean. Well, now you know. So that I'll never forget the shock and humiliation of that day. That's why I wear this red headband every single day without fail. What about the lead headband and the dead headband? Well, I don't know exactly how much of a shock you think you had back then, but it can't be more than the shock you've just given me now. What do you mean? Well, I'm sorry to have to tell you, but the tongue twister I said didn't go the way you seem to have remembered it. It's just as famous as Swift Samurai Swords, so I can't believe you don't know it, really. It goes red bread pan, lead bread pan, dead bread man. Wait, what? Red Seems I've knocked some wind out of that headband of yours. No, it's still going.
It's not too late, Private. You could always start wearing a red bread pan on your head instead.
Your youthful vigor is manifest, young man, and your cheeks are glowing redder than your hakimaki. Ugh. Why do so many words have to be so similar? So, looking forward to Great Britain then? Where you'll have to deliver speeches in court in English? I suppose I can always shell seashells on the seashore. Oh my. It would have been easier to get that right than to read what he actually said. So there was just no resolution to that. Okay, we might not do these on stream then. If they're just little dialogues, I might just blitz through them. Okay, folks, we'll call it there. I thought that might turn out to be more interesting than it was, but oh well. Couldn't have known. And maybe someone enjoyed that. I don't know if I'll stream tomorrow. Need to figure that out. Hopefully, but I'm not making any promises, because I do have some stuff to get done tomorrow. In fact, I have some stuff to get done a few days later this week. So, yeah, we shall see. But in the meantime... In the meantime, I appreciate y'all. Hope you enjoyed, and I hope to see you next time. Later, folks. Bye, 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 bye.